yeah, he's setting the tone for every designer, making magic their own. Blueprints and dreams, they're the tools of the trade. With free Heathen Workshop, the future's made. His models are art, his passion's the key. He's building a world for the community. Through struggles and triumphs, he's always on deck. With the mantra he lives by, protect your neck. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free Heathen leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the Maker's drive. It's more than prints, it's a way to rise through the sweat and tears under burning skies. He's here for the makers, for the love he gives. With every design, he shows how to live. All free, they're leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the Maker's drive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. Yo, it's free Heathen breaking the game. For the makers, the dreamers, remember the name. Crew and tribe, we're riding this wave. For every creator who dared to be brave. He's the man with the vision, designs that inspire, fueling the scene with relentless fire. From the crew to the tribe, he's breaking the mold, building a legacy that's fierce and bold. Promoting the makers, he's lifting them higher. Every model a spark, every prince desire. He's got the skills, the hustle, the drive. Free Heathen Workshop, keeping dreams alive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free, they're leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the Maker's drive. Yeah, he's setting the tone for every designer, making magic their own. Blueprints and dreams, they're the tools of the trade. With free Heathen Workshop, the future's made. His models are art, his passion's the key. He's building a world for the community. Through struggles and triumphs, he's always on deck. With the mantra he lives by, protect your neck. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free Heathen leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the Maker's drive. It's more than prints, it's a way to rise through the sweat and tears under burning skies. He's here for the makers, for the love he gives. With every design, he shows how to live. All free, they're leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the Maker's drive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. was free heathen breaking the game. For the makers, the dreamers, remember the name. Crew and tribe, we're riding this wave. For every creator who dared to be brave. He's the man with the vision, designs that inspire, fueling the scene with relentless fire. From the crew to the tribe, he's breaking the mold, building a legacy that's fierce and bold. Promoting the makers, he's lifting them higher. Every model a spark, every print's desire. He's got the skills, the hustle, the drive. Free Heathen Workshop, keeping dreams alive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free, leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. Yeah, he's setting the tone for every designer, making magic their own. Blueprints and dreams, they're the tools of the trade. With Free Heathen Workshop, the future's made. His models are art, his passion's the key. He's building a world for the community. Through struggles and triumphs, he's always on deck. With the mantra he lives by, protect your neck. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free Heathen leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the...
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. Welcome in. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so we're just like chillaxing and doing things, and they're lagging as well. Hold on. There we go. Now we're less lagging. So yeah, welcome in everybody. Let me get my energy drink. I do have some new stuff on there that I need to post, but I also have the new tank to put together today. So that's pretty cool. I do have to do turrets and stuff for it, but we're getting there. We're getting there, getting things done. It's a Wild Wednesday, so I think we're gonna end up watching some like YouTube. There's like a bunch of cool stuff going on, so I just have to mute all my stuff. But yeah, we're gonna watch some Laura Conf. She made some new stuff. Yeah, you know how it is. So I just need to... apparently it's broken again. I break stuff. You know, stuff gets broken and things and stuff. Yeah, how is everybody on this wonderful Wednesday? You guys are all on different time schedules. Chillaxing, and then I need to go to... No, I get easy... YouTube is less from friendly than... let me select... There's just so many complicated stuff. This is generally when I don't stream to you. So, we have stuff here.
What?
Oh, here we go. Here's the new LoraConf video, which I think is totally worth watching. So we'll do that, right? So chat will have to tell me if you're getting audio or not. But so there was a couple things. She did one last week and then this week as well. So we'll take a look at what she's doing. I do have to do some designing today. I kind of have to figure out how to make mice and rat heads, I guess, because I'm not super happy with the heads on the Raytheon. I figured we'd do some more Raytheon. And I thought about maybe we could do some monsters. We could do something in WOMP, try to do it in WOMP, and then right? Because we do have like the WOMP has been really great. Like I'll be honest, it's probably one of the coolest programs. It's a blend between Blender and Tinkercad, so inherently a blender. A blender? I don't know. Is it a Blender Tinkercad blender? Maybe it's a Blender Tinkercad blender Tinker? No. Blender, so we need two blenders in there. So it's, it's stuff and things and stuff. But like Laura Kampf, she I won't spoil the other one, but take a look at this one. I may jump through it. It is only 11 minutes, so it's not that big a deal. But we'll take a look at this.
Is happening. What?
As you know, I am building the Bricks Gallery for Makers in Los Angeles right now. This is also my shop and it's kind of a work in progress. And I think we made some really good...
I'm really curious how it's going to be a gallery if it's a live workspace. But hey, what do I know? How many of those channels, those YouTube channels that I enjoy, have like a place where you could just come by and look at them and watch the maker work, right?
First steps. We have an offline store. We now have a coffee machine. But the most important thing is missing. The most important thing when you want to create a space where people feel good, where people...
Did you see that? I love this. The first time she had people into the studio, she had people rolling around robots. I love that.
gather that has like a fun and easy vibe. And that is music, lights, and a fog machine. So let's go to work.
I don't know about fog machines, but hey, it's California, right?
For what I have in mind, I can use the leftovers from our very first janitor project, the bottom of a shopping cart. This will be perfect as a base to build this little DJ music light setup. And I'm very excited not only because this thing was in my way for the last couple weeks, also because it's metal and that means I finally get to weld. I haven't done a lot of welding since I moved to the new shop, and this is finally an excuse to set up all my things and to get...
Oh, they got us with an ad right away. The U1. Looking at you, Snapmaker.
...to welding.
No guard, though.
Ever since I had workshops, it was not only a space for me to work, but also for my friends to hang out and to have a good time. Even in my very, very first shop, we had 1st of May parties, we had New Year's Eve parties, everybody celebrated their birthday there. It was always...
Weird how that's like a consistent and ongoing thread with general purpose makers, eh? I would say that's definitely a ongoing and interesting thread. Gee, I wonder if we all think the same.
A place for community. So I kind of developed this system on how a place needs to be set up. And I want my LA workshop to be just that. And I think there's always ways to go overboard and have like...
It's almost like we also know DJs as well, right? And people who like to cook. I don't know if you'd call them chefs, but it's almost like we know people like this and that would be a thing they're interested in. Oh, hold on. Before we get too excited, I gotta open my super glue so I can work on something while we watch videos. I got this thing about I can't really watch TV without working. Anyway, can't really watch TV without trying to do something with my hands. If I'm relaxing, it's a different story, but trying to break out of the laziness of relaxing, you know. I know I have a tendency to overdo it, but go from there. I also I took pictures of those, so we have to post those today too. So I'm gonna try. If you guys don't know, there are plenty of people who say you can use can openers, old school can openers, to open packaging. Now I don't know if this is gonna work or not. I'm not sure it will. It doesn't look. Oh, right off the bat, we're not looking good. We're not looking good. No, I don't think. Oh, maybe. No, we're just making a mess of it. Maybe. Maybe it's the ones with. Yeah, it didn't work. So get out your old. What are these ones again? Oh, Fiskars. Your Fiskars scissors, and open up your. These things are like so industrial. I love them. Open up your dollar store super glue with your. I think they're $25 or $30 pair of scissors. So there's that, and then of course so I use both like gel super glue and little like I don't want to dare say regular super glue, but that's what I know it as. Just super glue that's like get a few of them in a tube or whatever. That's what I use. So, but that was kind of a letdown. I was so hoping that would work. So we'll go from there. All right, let's check out what Laura's got to say. I do really like the whole idea of like entertaining in your makerspace, because like a lot of makerspaces are kind of, dare I say, dull. I'll dare say dull. A lot of makerspaces are kind of dull, and I think they should be more than that. You know what I mean? Because it's like everybody used to go down and see the blacksmith. People have spent time wandering around lumber yards for years, So, but yeah, so we'll glue some stuff up while I'm here. I think I'll use the little guys first, but yeah, you guys can see me all right, right?
The stage and crazy light, but this is not in the budget right now. So I'm going with the simplest, still pretty effective approach. And I learned
remember, like,
three
share,
things are
comment,
very important.
all that stuff.
One is loud music. If people want to dance, the music needs to be loud. And then, I don't know if you know this, but I used to DJ when I was in design school. So I always have a thing about somebody needs to curate the music. And then I found that little cheap things, like a cheap fog machine, a cheap strobe light, that's enough to just be the starter pistol for a party. So
right, like, so I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree, like, you need a little bit of, you need some music, little ucha ucha ucha, and you definitely need someone to pay attention to it. Because I'll be honest with you, if you don't pay attention to it, it just ends up on repeat, or in the case of community, it ends up playing your grocery list. Maybe that's too deep of a cut for you guys, I don't know. Look at that, is that just a straight screw in top? Will that just straight up work? I don't know. It does! Hey, we're working with gasoline today. Alright, perfect. So yeah, so what I am working on is the new Lumerian Sergeant boss, and then just an Etherean trooper. So I've got a couple of bases here I gotta clean. We love Laura something for you. I am just so happy for her. I'm glad she's doing well. That makes me happy. Alright, so let's get back to it.
working on this little thing is kind of working for future gatherings, working for my gallery, not to be, a stiff, like arty-farty place, but a space for community where people are supposed to dance if they want to. And this makes me really, really happy. I think it's a necessary thing, and I think it's also an overdue thing. This place should be fun.
It should be great. Gotta find places for people. Too many people are just not having enough fun, Or some people are having too much fun. Don't tell me that is totally a baking sheet. Oh, can't stand grinders without guards though. I know too many people have been hurt by grinders without guards. And MIG welding.
kind of projects are so fun to me because one, this is pure improvisation. I just go with the flow. I kind of know what I need, but the real project only becomes clear to me as I go along and as I finish it. And I just love.
That's why you always see makers have so much different scrap and things, because they don't really know what they want to do. So they always end up just keeping a little bit of scrap for everything, because you never know, right? That's definitely, I know, because everyone's like, you got so much junk, and I'm like, man, do I have junk though, or do I just have cool stuff that I don't have a purpose for yet? Which I guess you could say is junk, but.
The playfulness of this, the shitty light, the cheap fog machine, this just reminds me to be silly and to be playful, to have fun with my things. Not everything needs to be an elaborate design object. Like, this is just a shitty fog machine that I built into an old rusty box, and it has a cool button, and that's enough. That is so fun.
I agree. That is.
Nice. Let's test the sound. That's the most important thing. And then we test all the gimmicks. Okay, computer sits here, perfect angle.
Ooh, the new brutality. Still single extruder though. Still single extruder.
This comes out so I can see everything. We load our track. Let's play it. Okay, so the whole idea is when it's just me in the shop, I want to listen to some music. I don't even have these speakers. It's just what the deck has.
Man.
Like that's loud enough for I want to have a radio on. But now if we have a meetup or a gallery show or whatever, and I kind of feel like
I wonder if she has like a little courtyard.
This could keep going. We could, like, the vibe is good. And if that's not enough, I have a couple more tricks up my sleeve. Watch out.
But what about the
We need
dubstep?
nicer lighting for a gallery setup anyway, so maybe it's gonna be something like that. It has a little delay. Yeah? I mean, it's a little cheap, but we could definitely improve this. But for now, it is better than nothing.
I bet
And
the bars
then,
were less than that.
if people start to dance, we have a little fog. And then when stuff gets really wild, we bring out the strobe light.
Ooh, I don't know about strobes. People don't like strobes these days.
Yeah? Those are the different levels of entertainment we can offer at Briggs Gallery. I think this is so fun because, again, like the if the opportunity for a party or a fun get-together is there, there's nothing worse than going, oh wait, let me get my
Yeah.
DJ thing. Oh
Yeah.
wait, where's the fog machine? And then it's ruined. So either you're ready or you're not.
You don't want to kill
And this
the
is just
flow.
a curation of stuff that over the years I found are so fun and really changed the mood. It's just like a cheap 25 bucks fog machine. But if you're here with friends and you're in the mood for dancing, it makes all the difference. Just as much as this light. It's not about the quality or the value, it's just about having fun with it. And I think this is
Funsies.
what this station is about. I'm sure it will be useful for me and my friends, for me just by myself to appreciate an old hobby that I haven't really tended to in a long time, and maybe even for a gallery show or for a Maker meetup.
Well, she
I
ends
think
up
this
doing a
is
whole
gonna be
booth,
useful.
right?
So I hope you enjoyed this video as much as I enjoy. Here you go. Let me know the name for this, and I'll see you next week with a new video. Bye.
Right. Watch.
This week's
Ends up-
sponsor is Bluetti, and it could not be a better fit.
Could totally see that. Yeah, I heard carry on. I have opinions on this. I'm not trying to be mean, but I have opinions on this.
Let's talk about suitcases. I love this one. It's an aluminum suitcase made by Rimowa, a formerly family-owned Cologne-based company, and I loved everything
Cologne,
about
as in
it.
Cologne,
It
Germany.
is aluminum. It is customizable. Like everywhere I went, I engraved it into the suitcase. It's also easier to repair than just a plastic suitcase. So now I need a carry-on suitcase. Why do I not buy the same one just in a carry-on size? Because the brand made some decisions and sold to a bigger luxury brand. And now the same suitcase, like even smaller, the carry-on version costs $1,500, which is completely ridiculous.
That's
I'm not
funny.
gonna spend that money on a suitcase just because somebody said, you're a luxury item now. It should be an everyday object. It should be something that gets used and that looks better and better the more you use it, and you shouldn't be precious with it. So today, I'm going to make a suitcase that hits all these points that I like about this one, but I'm gonna make it from trash. Wow, what was that? It is very hard to find aluminum crates in the US. I don't know why, it was way easier in Germany. So once I came here, I had to develop a new obsession because I can't feed my aluminum addiction. So now I'm obsessed with milk crates. As a former graphic designer, look at these logos, look at the colors. This is kinda the American
that have lived
aluminum
are way
crate,
more interesting
and I
than things
love
that are
them.
new.
And I want to turn
I feel
this
like new stuff.
into
I definitely
a
feel
hand
that
luggage
way.
suitcase that I can take anywhere. So let's think about it. I think the first thing we need to figure out is what are the actual legal dimensions for a carry-on.
Good place to
22
start.
by
Where are my
14
files?
by 9 inches. 19. Okay, so 19, that is good. 13, that is great too. And then we have 11 and a half. Okay, that's too big. Especially since I want this to be a roller. So there will be some telescopic thing so I can wheel this, so it will be even deeper. So this depth
That's
does
deep.
not work for us. Okay, so imagine, let's say I cut it off here. Then I'm left with
Sandpaper, I guess?
like this
My files went.
unregular, it's gonna be very hard to build onto that. So that's a problem, I can't do that. 4. Ooh, okay, so the nice part is 4, and I said 8 would be perfect, because then we have another inch for the telescope thing. So what if we take 2 of the bottoms and use those as 2 halves of the suitcase?
Good idea.
My 2 favorite ones, so kind of like this. That would look awesome. Look at the colors too, it's kind of complementary.
Don't know if I
If you
would say
just imagine the bottom halves together, it's like blue and white and blue. That would look awesome. Put them on a hinge, put them on wheels. Done.
With that yes to credit from Capital One, I
Immediately
was
into an
able to
ad.
rebuild my life the way that I want.
Go Tubbs.
Let's do it. Yes! Oh my god, that's awesome! Oh no, they're not exactly the same size. Come on, America! How do you... I am shocked. Come on. I have to say,
Different years, right?
shit like that doesn't happen in Germany. Sorry, but that's just impossible. You can't have a milk crate that doesn't fit another milk crate. Are you crazy? Wow. Can you believe that?
Actually, I can.
Okay, but it looks pretty sick, no? Okay, so here's the thing. If I split the difference like this, I think we're gonna have problems when we put wheels on. I think that's a whole nother philosophical question. Suitcase philosophy.
But again,
Do
like
you
she
want
didn't-
a
she didn't
multi-wheel
pick
suitcase that
two
can roll like
matching
this?
boxes, right?
Or is it enough to have like an old school tilt end wheel? Aesthetically, I do think it looks cooler to have 4 wheels than 2 wheels and a stopper. I mean, unless the stop block looks kind of cool. Like what if it's something like that? Piece of this cool wood. Wait, where's the height? Height-wise, we are fine. We can get that much higher. So wheels are good. We can also have like a little wood like this and put the wheels on top of that. And then we have 4 wheels again. But it's even. I think it's important that it's even on top, because that's what we're gonna see it all the time. It's gonna drive me nuts. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do
Sorry,
4
be driving me
wheels,
nuts.
even it out with this wood below, put the wheels onto that. Let's gather all the materials I wanna use and then start playing with it. Because it's the next problem. See this? The hinge needs to be on the level of the most outside point. So we need to get a little bit of distance. We do need
A little bit of offset,
like
maybe?
a centimeter here too. Is it wood or is it? I think we can cut this down. And this is 9. Of course, this is not the same either. And that was 9. Okay, let's plane it down. That looks pretty good, no? We're gonna do it quick and dirty.
You like a little quick and dirty? Although granted, both her and Jimmy DeRista are quick and dirty on everything they do, so don't be judgy. Just a thing I've noticed. You know?
These are cool too. Let's use these. I think they're stainless or something. That's good enough. Let's not overthink. Okay.
Yeah, and if it doesn't work, oh well, right? Like, not the end of the world. Like scrap you used, right? That's the nice thing about doing scrap building. Although I do need her to go back to the the suitcase of fasteners.
Yes! That's already a success. I don't know, what is, it's so cool, no? That looks so good together. Wait till you see the
Hard
buckle.
to hear? You are
Okay,
hard to
let's
hear.
work on this
YouTube
part.
is much louder. No, nobody's told anything.
So we have a
Chat's been really
feel
quiet. How are
for
you,
how
Lily?
it's gonna sit.
I can fix that.
Because it's actually not.
You guys really
Because
want to
we
listen to
only
me
need to go
ramble about
to
what other people are making?
to the top of this, not to the top of this.
How's that?
right? Yeah, 12
That better?
millimeters. 23.5. We want to use this wood.
Yes, no,
12
maybe so.
millimeter. Yeah, let's do it on the bandsaw, huh? Okay,
My mic, like here, what do we see?
latch time.
My mic's okay.
For the latch.
What are we making?
I have something cool in mind.
Oh, I gotta click the. Got too many screens going here. Hold on.
Seatbelt.
So the other day you guys saw me working on a tank, and now I'm just printing. I've got another one I have to arm, but I'm just doing up one of the models, right, for display. That's what we're working on. Nothing too exciting. And then this is just a warm up because I wasn't really gonna be here today, but I said, oh screw it, let's do. Let's have some fun, hang out with the tribe, and do our own thing, you know. Like doing our own thing around here. And watching other makers do stuff is pretty cool. Yeah, just working on a little tank here. Got another one I have to clean up and then run parts for. So that'll take a minute away from that, but almost done here. I'll show you. But I went and restocked my super glue. And this is like the Recon or the Observer, I guess. I haven't decided the name on it. It's just going to be the Ruiner. I think that's the tank design. The tops are interchangeable. Like the whole point is to make them press fit so that you can switch them in and out if you want. That way you don't have to print a whole bunch of them. Time here, I'm actually going to go grab one. Grab the next one. But yeah, that's what we're doing. Just chillaxing, maxing, doing all that jazz. And then I do have the leftover turrets from the other. The only ones I don't have are the hull mounts. So I'll have to print off the mount set. And then I ended up with a few little, byproducts, you know. Maker J1. Which I need to, I think I need to move it onto camera, but I have this like little Voron I want to get running, but still struggling to get it to work. And then I had a little injury the other day. I trying to take this stuff off because I still have glue on this build plate. Weapon systems. I just got some tanks. I'll throw it on the other camera there in a minute. Came out pretty good if you ask me. I like that. I don't know what we're making today. I sort of have just blanking right now. whole lot of motivation to make stuff. See you guys. Probably not. Alright, let's start it up again.
So this would kind of go here in the middle. Open. Let's go 20. So this needs to go. So this can sit flat. And then on this side, okay. This one needs to sit right there. I have worked with these before, and it's some kind of hardened steel, and it's almost impossible to drill into it. So what I want to do is kind of use hose clamps or something to hold this in place. We just have to be smart with what we get rid of, so we have a little bit of meat to the bone to work with these. But if this was in here, so we cut it.
And I did end
off.
up. I ended up figuring
Right
out
here.
what all my little footed boxes are good for. Parts bins. My parts I've made.
That's good. So it kind of holds itself in place. If we have a,
Need parts to build
Two.
anything or make anything. I got a little parts bin.
let's put 2 just right there. Yeah.
Maybe this one's a little small, but that's okay. We'll use the big. It's
Does
most
that
of
look
it,
good?
but the big one should be right.
What is the biggest challenge you find with 3D printing?
Well, definitely speed.
How's the audio now?
Hose clamps are underestimated. They're so useful. Yeah, this is going nowhere. What's happening? Oh! Okay, so if you over tighten it, you kind of break the mechanism.
Yeah, just like a seatbelt.
Here we go. Yes. Okay, this has to be flat.
I wonder if those are spare seatbelts out of
So
a truck.
let's now worry about attaching this. I'm gonna use hose clamps too, because that seems to work very well.
Little trade secret: don't draw on your
Okay,
hands.
we need to cut this angled part. Shit. These need to be out of the way. Just realized that putting them on the outside, even though I think it looks cooler, is wasting a little bit more space. Yeah, it needs a little. I'm not yet happy with it. I'll play around with it, but that's all just adjustment stuff. Let's move to the next critical thing, and that is the wheels. That should be simple enough. Ah, that's good enough. It touches the line.
But you can shim it right there. Why wouldn't you shim it? Put some screws in or some washers. I'm curious how long
Okay.
this is gonna last.
That is pretty good. It just works. It's super balanced.
matters,
Like if you
right?
kick it, it's not falling. If you kick it in the bottom. Okay, I think before we do anything else, we should finally clean it. Say without the burp, you mean? Yeah. If you insist. So before we do anything else, I think we should finally clean it. Okay, case is clean. We had some lunch. Time to finish this. All right, so far, very happy, very functional. The wheels are great. A couple months ago, we bought one of those fancy Yeti coolers that have the telescope thing. And the telescope thing was broken, so we kind of called them, hey, it's broken. They sent us a replacement part. And then when I took the broken part off, I could figure out what was wrong with it. So now I have this telescope thing, which is perfectly fine. Yes, oh, it just fits. That's incredible. Can you believe it? Can you believe it, Sam?
It's like it was made for it.
It's destiny. Hold on.
It's
I think
dimensionally
this is better
accurate.
than the Rimowa one. It's see? Only one click. This. Baba! Which we need because it is a smaller suitcase, but
Is that because
it's gonna be so
Europeans are shorter?
comfortable. Look at the, like, compare
long
it.
one?
What a cheap suitcase. I think if we just bolt this directly without the plastic, I think it's good enough. Okay, let's get rid of this ugly plastic. There we go. Oh, that looks so much better. Maybe if we grind this off the top, then it would be better. I think that's it. So let's do one right at the bottom. I think this is the first actual one-day build in years where I had a camera person with me.
Yeah.
This is fun. We should do this more often. Ready to test it?
Yeah.
How professional do I look? This is how the super pros walk at an airport. You know what I mean? And the beginners walk like this. No, the absolute beginners walk like this.
Feel targeted.
I cannot believe how good this looks.
Ironically, though, I don't have a roller case.
But we're not quite done yet. There's more. I think this one should be fine. It's from an old flight case. Okay. Balance test. Oh wow. Feels like it's balanced by a professional. One thing that annoys me a little bit, I think this looks boring compared to how much is going on the sides, the hinges, the handle, the closure. The back has something, the bottom has something, and this is just the spot that everybody sees, and it's a little bit boring. So let's put something on it, and since this could be like a kind of like a, not a tribute to Rimowa, because we wouldn't do that, but like a tip of the hand. Let's use aluminum. Yes. Okay. Let's
Yeah,
just
aluminum
measure
sheet's
it
pretty easy. You can cut it
and
with a
then
saw,
cut it.
like
What a
a table saw or
revolutionary
a jigsaw. It's not a big deal.
Third, it's 29.9, of course. Why would it be 30? Let's cut it right here.
I see. Just cuts like wood.
You want some
sprinkle. Thank God I now have a coffee machine in my shop. If you don't know that I have a coffee machine, then you haven't seen last week's video, and you should. This is where I put my aluminum coffee. Always. I made 2 batches. Because again,
I wonder if she's gonna put a sink in.
God, this thing changed my life. Next stop, mini fridge. Taking the time to space something kind of evenly is the biggest cheat to making stuff look good, I think.
Yeah, it's always in the prep work. Making anything look good is always the prep work.
Rivet! Yeah, those are perfect. They are great. Oh, ideal. It's grabbed.
We celebrated at the apartment by relaxing, watching shows, and enjoying cake.
Nobody
It was
cares
just
about
what we
beer
needed.
bow.
The thing about riveting something is it requires 3 hands.
Those are pop
That's
rivets
why
though.
it's not my favorite.
That's why you get an
Oh,
air
and also
riveter.
these- Okay, okay. Who can open their hands this wide? You know what I mean? Who can open their hands this wide? You have 0 leverage here. Okay, caught.
Hey Jupiter, how's you?
Okay. All right, now the only thing we need to do to make this look good is to grind up the edges. I think it looks pretty amazing as is, but I also think it will look even better when it starts getting dinged up, you know, from traveling, when it gets its first little dents and scratches, just like with the other suitcase.
It's a little
It just
more
gets
alive.
character. It's almost like a clean canvas, and then I can engrave where I'm traveling or where I've been, and it will also get stickers and all that stuff. Like, this is the character canvas. Pretty much it, man. I think we did it. Because now imagine I put my stuff in here. There's one more thing I want to test. At least one side needs to have some kind of strap. So the side that
See, like when
this
you
side-
see the back side of it, I would think you need an aluminum sheet on that too. I'm not getting judgy or nothing. I just mean like you'd want aluminum on both
should
sides.
have it, because I feel like this side can be like this, and then this is the side that closes, so stuff doesn't fall out. We need, thought we could just use bungee cords or something. Purple might be a little too long. Oh, of course, of course. No, actually this will be good. This will be a good one. Loopy thing. Yeah. I think that's the easiest way to do this. Hooks, hooks, hooks. I feel like I had one. Oh, here it is. I think this one might be it. If we put this on a bolt, then I think this is the right. Yeah. Almost done. There would also be a little bit more, so there would be more tension. Now let's try it.
Good enough.
Okay, let's check the measurements again. 22, 22 including the wheels, by 14. That's pretty much exactly this. And then the problem child is 9. And we are at a 10. But we can take off the telescope thing if we need to. If somebody's really that strict and says if you're 1 inch bigger than it should be, then I can loosen these clamps and it's exactly 9 inches. So we did it. We built a carry-on that I'm excited about because it has character. It's something special. The milk crates are my new aluminum boxes, as it seems. I just saved $1,500. Let's go celebrate. That's a flight to Germany.
Yes.
Moment of truth.
That's a
Did I
flight to
meet
North America.
my mark? Size-wise, perfect. Top handle, perfect. Telescope things, perfect. A way to customize it, like engrave where I've been, stickers, a surface that looks better and better every time you use it because it gets dinged up. Perfect. Better hinge, better telescope, cooler closure, completely unique. There's no other suitcase in the world that looks like that. I can guarantee. And I think this is part of why you pay big bucks for this brand, is because they kind of sell you this lifelong individualism, blah, 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 blah. Did I hit my mark? I honestly think so. This will be easier to repair. You will spot it right away. You will always know, like I will always know this is my suitcase. I don't need like a fancy, bow. Oh, the one with the red bow is mine. Like nobody will think it's their suitcase. And most of all, I already have a relationship to this object, which is the most important thing I wanted to hit. I love this suitcase. I'll always love it. I will still not buy a smaller version for $1,500 because I like this one.
I would.
This is my carry-on now. I am actually going to take this suitcase to Seoul tomorrow. And if that works out, you'll see it right here.
Did I forget
you'll
to-
also see it if it didn't work out. Let's see how it went.
I forgot to add the plow. I may have forgotten to add the plow. I think I might just print the weapon set off and maybe double some parts in it and then do the plow separate. Because I don't know if I want to put two plow, because like sometimes we don't put the plow on because like the plow's it's just anti, like kind of like it'll be an extra point sort of thing. Maybe I won't. Let me just look at my slicer. Yeah, because I can actually have extra cannons. Because I won't need all 6 barrels. Yeah, you know what? It's almost better to just add the plow. So let me garage. I need supports. So we. Oh, but I can select object. So plow, and then I will change them to true. Grid hybrid, sure, why not? Let's try that. Almost feel like I should put brims on. That looks good enough for me. All right, export G code. Helps if I put the USB drive. And then I did think about doing another pumpkin actually. A pumpkin, flexi pumpkin, but that was hollowed. Not really sure how I'm gonna hollow it because using the outside as a hollower might not be the best plan. Although we could hollow and then cut, so. I'm gonna go break here soon. I'm just gonna load this up. I guess. Put you guys on break. I'll be back soon. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. Maybe we'll do some drawing. I don't know. We could load up WOMP maybe. That sweet, sweet WOMP action. I've got alerts. Oh, they want a contest. Lattice. Collab. Yeah, they want me to do stuff. Live on Reddit. Ooh, Reddit is a place. I'll give you that. Okay, so I guess we'll go and we'll start. What can we do? Can we just, how do we start a new one? So I think we're going to try and make a shoulder pad. How we're going to do it, because I am. Oh, I just delete that. Okay. All right, so I guess we're going to start a new object. And we're going to use. So what I'm going to try and do. Let's go. And then the thing with WOMP is I'm not. See, I can't change the upper diameter of that, can I? So then we're going to add another one. We're going to add a. That. Is there a center align function? Then we're going to take our cube. But we need to move our. See how we still got a little bit of a peak there? Okay, so now we have add this, and then we want copy. Less. The undo. Where's the undo button on that? They got rid of there's a, is it Control Z? We want to take off global, because when you have global on, that means all dimensions. Does need an undo button. Left? Well, sort of. Shrinkage. That's shrinking my. Line. To. We don't wanna lose the shape though. May just end up doing this in Tinkercad instead. I like the gloop function because of what I want to do next, but I'm not sure. Flip position. Because this has too much of no, because this is a solid. Is this cube? That cube is only affecting that, so these are separate areas. That's not stretching our height. Oh, yes, it is. Okay. So we have to move everything, I guess. I guess that's sort of what we have. Just trying to do shoulder pads here. So we'll. Oh, you know what it is? I need to join these as a. Then these two have to be a union as well. So that should then allow me to fiddle with things. Yeah, okay. So now I take union 1 down. So I don't want to do. Kind of want to do that, I guess. Come down. But I also want to make it small. Little fidget thingy here, and then we come down here, and then. Oh, we're still. So well, that's not bad, right? That's not bad. Okay, when you use them a lot. And then I want to duplicate. I want to bring that up. Like that. Kind of want. How did I do that again? Guess I just manually adjusted. I don't know if I'm going to be able to STL this. Got to grab the union. That's sort of what we want, I guess. Now, can we select all three? It's working. It's doing what I want it to do, but it's a few more steps. To goop. Now it's all wibbly wobbly. I don't know. Okay, can we? Because what I want to then do. Can I export this? How do I export this again? That's a lot of triangles. No, I don't want it as a movie. Got it. I don't. Did this not that long ago. I should have. It's been a couple weeks, but that's my own fault. Gotta be an export. Oh, print. That's right. We gotta go to the print. Yeah, I need to watch tutorials on this game. That's just. This is all like for making movies and stuff. That's gonna be a huge file. Might have to just redo this. Which is not a big deal, right? It's nothing. Nothing to get too excited about. Yeah, but I don't want it as an app. I just want to. I don't understand all these buttons. More areas, more details, print examples, learn more about 3D printing. Just shows me how WAP can work, and that's cool. Like that's definitely cool, right? For Tamagotchi, I guess. Design? Or options. Says export, 3D mesh export, choose STL from available options. You can adjust export, mesh. Oh, as a file, okay. Clean and uniform mesh means. This may just be too big, so we may just have to go in and do it in Tinkercad. I don't know. We'll have to like learn, do a bunch. All right. Well, okay. So we had. Good evening. How are you? Thanks for being here. Trying to make a shoulder pad, and we'll see how it goes. I'm not sure it's gonna work the way I want, but it kind of worked. I think that's a no-go. I think it's just unless I'm gonna do the whole thing. Oh, hello, Jayton3D. How are you? Welcome. I kind of want to tinker. I don't know if it's better to mess with the vehicles today or if it's better just to try. Because, like, what I'm doing in WOMP, I'll show you the other WOMP project I have. We could mess with it a little bit. WOMP takes so long to do things. All you 3D modelers out I don't know what. Break union. I don't know how much trouble we're making. We're trying to just. I want to move some stuff to Tinkercad, and I want to work on a new mini because the new tanks are done. I don't know if you guys. Oh, you can. The new tank. I'm just waiting on some parts for it. I actually have to print a whole bunch of them because I have so many different builds. Although I guess if I had temporary glue, although I guess I really can't do that. So maybe I'll just release this. I don't know. I don't know how I'm supposed to release them. So can I this to a new area? Break group, move outside. Body. Just select. figured out how people want files posted is hard. So many options. Well, what are the options? I'd love to help. Was this? I don't understand what's this shadow I'm getting in here? Why is that? This and this. There. Now we're cooking with gasoline. You liking the tanks? Have you seen the newest ones? Then there's like a freehand. Oh no, you can't freehand. Yeah, I'm still struggling with WOMP. What I think I'm gonna do is just export STL triangle clan. Saw you working on it last. Oh, okay. Thanks, man. We're gonna export it as an STL and then take it into Tinkercad and then kind of play with it a little bit, I think. Because this is gonna be huge, right? So. Oh, I gotta show you that pop can boomstick. That makes me want one. Makes me want to make one. What am I doing here? I have no idea what I'm doing. Yeah, the new tanks, I can show. See them there. They're looking pretty good. I'm just waiting on a few more parts for them, and then we'll do something. So, did this export? Okay, there it goes to downloading. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. So it's now a zip file. Miniature warrior bird person. Bird person. Now we're gonna go to. So I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I don't really know what I'm doing, but we're doing okay. What I want to do is I wonder if I can move. Wonder if I can move something I do in Tinkercad over to WOMP. Yeah, it's not been posted yet. Just because I have to finish up. I have to finish up the design. Okay, so there's WOMP. So we're gonna close WOMP because WOMP has its thing, right, where it's streaming applications. 3D print. But yeah, working in WOMP is like I might get better at it. Oops, wrong thing. I might get better at it. I struggle with sort of understanding the software, but that just might be my inexperience, if that makes sense. Too big. Okay, so that sucks. That means that if I want to use this model, I have to make it all here in WOMP. Which is good and bad. I understand, it's good and bad, but it's too big to import into Tinkercad. So this, I don't know how I would scale it or anything. It's cool though. I like it. It's definitely coming along. It's definitely an art program, right? But it's like if I want to do, like right now it's so many things. I'm like, man, I don't even know what's going on, right? So I think I can make this in Tinkercad, but why would I want to, right? But it's like I don't even know where to start. Do I add a new object? Phone? Well, it's good and it's bad, right? Like I like it because one, it's free. Two, it doesn't seem as complicated as Blender. Because like Blender was when I last tried Blender, granted it was a while ago. When I last tried Blender. So it's on global, but now it's not doing the global thing. That to be a shoulder pad. The usual, it's like the additional work plane is really nice in Tinkercad, but I don't know. Yeah, I wonder if I could ever get the people from whoops, undo. If I can ever get the people from WOP to at what I'm doing and see. They probably don't care, but so like if I want this to be a shoulder pad, yeah, I think I'm kind of stuck just using Tinkercad for now. I like this model. It's a shame because I'm not sure what I'm gonna do here, and I don't like how fat this is. I think maybe I just need to watch the tutorials. But less features does make it easy. Yeah, that's the problem I have with Blender is it's too much to take in as a new designer in Blender. Not only that, but it tends to it tends to make it a little more challenging for me personally. Now, if I had some Blender tutorials, sure, but I don't watch a lot of tutorials. I want it to just work. Does that make any sense? It probably doesn't make any sense to you, you good designers, but yeah, because like basically I'd have to redesign this all, basically break this all up into pieces, make the arms, make the legs separately, and then import them all into one file and then go from there, which I guess is not that crazy of an idea, but in my opinion, this stuff shouldn't be hard. Like it's we're at a point now where anyone should be able to do it, you know? And kind of like moody about that, I guess. Shouldn't be. It shouldn't take a degree in. That's cool though. Shouldn't take a degree in like computer science to do this. Although granted, oh, but Maker, it is really good. I agree with you. It is very good. I'm just having problems because I have problems, right? So, not I wouldn't say it's like I like this. I think it's cool. Like I think this is really cool. Like I like this model already. It's just I find it hard to interact with, which it shouldn't be. It should be like that's the benefit over like Tinkercad. Like, and I can't import this, but Tinkercad, like it's not hard to act with the program, I guess. Look how smooth and quick it is. All I can remember is I remember watching Carrot Shenanigans 3. Him and his Tengu. Like that's like I don't mean to be negative. I'm not trying to be negative, but just look how fast that is, right? Oh, but it doesn't have all the bells and whistles you want. You're right, it doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. But for me, it's easy. Like I said, do I think it's a bad thing? No. Do I think it's pretty great? Yes. Although now I know hotkeys, so use your hot. Yeah, problem is mine's linked to. I only have 6 buttons, so I don't have a Stream Deck yet. And people did offer to buy me one, but I don't have a Stream Deck. I just have my 6-key one that we made here on the channel. So it's like I don't quite have that ability yet. But yeah, that'd be sweet. Just like make a Stream Deck, right? But like so far, can I say that I think that I want to use more of WOMP? Yes. And like I'm really grateful for people showing, like for Lily. I think that's like the next major step for me is to get into a program like WOMP and just use that more. Because it's just I'm impatient, right? I'm good at this, and because I'm good at this, I become impatient with that. And I don't think that's a real fair comparison. Like I just don't. But I can work quickly and easy in this, which is like what matters to me when it comes to all this stuff. And being able to make what I want is more important than, because I'm sure there's a way to get people to like redo like my concept or my work and in a way that's more. But I have to say, Mr. Built Over Bot, I really appreciate what you said the other day. My Blender world is even different even from what. Yeah, absolutely. And everyone said, "Oh, well, you don't Blender's designed for 3-key," and I was like, "Is it though?" Is it though? Yeah. And like I say, like there are many designers who are better than me. There are many designers who are worse than me, and I try not to let it bother me too much. Yeah, I have one screen, so I'm probably not the best reference. Probably not the best reference. My mic keeps turning off. Oh, I can hear myself now. But am I getting splashed? Probably. Hold on. Oh, I can hear myself now. But am I getting splashed? Probably. Hold on. I'm just impatient because I like being able to just do what I do, and I don't think it should be hard to do what I do. I know, Maker, don't be so impatient. Wow. Shouldn't be hard. It should be fun and easy. It should not be... Considering I know like little to nothing about all this, that should... This is not actually what I wanted to work on today either. I don't remember what I was going to work on. We were watching YouTube, so we might go back to watching YouTube. You should get a stream deck. I don't know, it's up to you, dude. Actually, I keep giving you bad advice on streaming because really, the thing with streaming is you guys need to like sort of decide if you like streaming and if you hips are wider than. But like stream decks are cool. It's just a hotkey deck, right? That's all it is. It's just another keyboard, but I have no idea what I'm doing right now. Yeah, it's like all it is. Like that's what that is. It's just another keyboard. Instead of it calls to yeah, it's just a hotkey. It's just like a Z board actually. Like this all has to be filled in, but I'm getting my shape right. This head is too big. I'm not even sure this is what I'm supposed to be designing. I forgot what I was supposed to be doing. Had a busy morning, so I was... Man, this is a rough looking model. Not looking so great. I feel bad because I put all that time into using WOMP. And this needs to come out. I don't know what I'm doing here. Yeah, that's the problem with designing too big, because then when you scale it down, it just gets all... That's why I normally design really small. Oh, did I lose Mike? Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, like... Look at how mangled this is. I think this is why I stopped designing for a while, because I'm just struggling with, like, all the programs and everything. I haven't really been designing. I just don't know. Not sure you're struggling with the programs as much as designer's block. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. That could be very much it. Because I like this, eh? But I can't really mess with this too much because it just overwhelms me. I like WOMP a lot. But it's just, yeah. Not able to think it through enough or something. I don't know, Davey. That's why I haven't been designing lately. Everything I come up with, I'm not happy with. That's cool. Yeah, I'm struggling with like electronics designs right now. I got a bunch of cool stuff that I know I can make something cool with, but yeah, you guys go through it too. It's kind of nice to hear. Not to be negative or anything, just kind of nice to hear that I'm not alone in this chaos. There's a lot of independent designers. My problem is when I ask for help, it's some sort of in the negative space where it's like, maybe I don't want to ask for help anymore. Everybody's got their own world going on, and I just can't pay anyone to help me, right? Ask publicly for help. Someone takes. Yeah, that definitely has happened. Or anytime I publicly talk about what I'm working on, I've definitely had people who don't necessarily pay attention to me. All of a sudden, out of the blue, they're working on the exact same thing as me. You know, all of a sudden, oh, work. I'm working on the same thing that they are somehow, and they've never expressed that idea. Yeah, that is for sure happened from me. It's actually why I stopped doing a lot of mainstream stuff, because like I found a lot of all of a sudden a lot of people were not watching the show and not having anything to do with the show, and then they were working. That tastes good. Tastes. Yeah, but when you come up with like a brand new idea that no one's even tinkered with, and you start working on it, and then all of a sudden they're all working on it, it's like, I say. Of course, you know me. Could just be this could just be bias. Just straight up be like, oh, well, I was working on that before you, and then all of a sudden you start working on it, right? Yeah. Well, we know that, like, I've talked about a few different things here on the show, and for some reason, all of a sudden they became a thing. And then the only thing I want is just a little bit of credit where credit's due. That's all. Times when I think about, yeah, yeah. Well, they could also have been working on it, right? And then just like all of a sudden there's an interest. Because someone else is doing it. Which I believe could happen. Like when I was talking about different machine types and stuff, all of a sudden not the manufacturers but the community all of a sudden start getting interested. All kinds of different content creators start getting interested in the stuff. I have two large designers. I have. Yep. Well, yeah, because they're trend chasers, right? And just because and I'm really unfair because I'll say, oh, you're a trend chaser, and I don't particularly like trend. So I'm not the most fair person when it comes to this stuff. Because again, I want to get a little credit for what I do. I want a little acknowledgement, which is probably really the worst idea ever to want. Probably a terrible thing to want acknowledgement. That's probably a really bad idea, but like I could have designed for years. I've been able to design print in place, but I didn't do print in place because I knew so many other designers who were. Like you and I, right? We talked about the flexies, wherever the flexies are. Like I didn't want to do flexies because I knew it was a big deal for you. I worked really hard to get all the recognition that you've done. I know. I I understand the love and respect, sir. One of those things for me. Flexies because I knew so many designers that had already done them, and I was just like, oh, I feel like I'm stepping on their toes. That's why I do minis, because like, and whose toes am I gonna step on? Everybody else does minis in Blender, and nobody believes you can do minis in FDM. I got thrashed on our subreddit the other day. Because they're like, oh, those don't look very good. I'm like, they look pretty good for FDM, my guy. But of course, I didn't say nothing. Because the one thing I've learned is say less and do more. Let the work stand for itself. That head is really small, though. And that is not what a bird head looks like, but it's what a bird head looks like when you don't look at references. A lot of the time it's just kind of like outpacing your peers, I guess. And I've definitely become more unwilling to share my brain thoughts with other people. Which is also a very bad thing, because that was not something I originally intended. Hard. Bad job at them. Or just didn't bother completing them. If you can take an idea from me, complete it at least. Off of my theories. That's pretty much why I only design minis nowadays. Oh, I've easily got 50 designs unfinished. And that's why I say to a lot of new designers, be careful like what you say to people. And I hate that. I hate that theory or that idea. But I've definitely trusted in the community, trusted with other makers, and told them what I was thinking, and they sort of start down that path and then just give it up. Oh, but you could just make your own? Yeah, I agree, but just ends up being like unpleasant for me, I guess. And I know I always complain about budget. I know, but in general, yeah, I would definitely, and I hated that idea. That like, oh well, don't share what you're thinking about because someone else will work on it, and then it'll undermine what you're doing. I used to really hate that idea, but that is like literally how it is. So, yeah. Well, and the one thing for me is like I've either got to put the time in to learn some new stuff I don't understand, or two, sort of just give up on that idea. think that's just terrible advice. Like, give up on your own idea. I think that's bad advice, personally. I honestly, I think that is a terrible idea. Make what you're gonna make and be good at it, but my advice to new designers would definitely be careful what you share publicly. That is just the most ridiculous idea too. That's just like the most ridiculous. Oh, well, you know, you should just be able to make what you want to make. I agree, but most beneficial, I'll be honest with you. I hate saying, I really do hate saying that. I know, right? But it's sad, like, it's good advice, but it's just so detrimental. Like, it is legitimately good advice. Make what you want to make, do what you got to do, right? Like, that is, in my opinion, that is like really good advice. But I'll be honest with you, I would say be careful, be really careful with who you talk to about, because my experience has significantly taught me, and I know because when people used to say that to me, I was like, nah, bro, that can't be. But it is the truth, man. It is such bad advice, though, man. You should just be able to make what you want to make, but boy, howdy, it does not. I understand why people are so secretive now. And nowadays people don't really understand a joke anymore. They don't understand sarcasm, which is a shame. People don't get sarcasm or wordplay. And actually puns and stuff irritate people, and I was like, how can puns irritate you? Puns are play on words. Those are fun. But I can tell you right now, boy howdy. Boy howdy. Be careful what you talk about. Even now, like this stream's gonna be people like, oh, he's so negative. I'm like, no. It's true. You have a very exciting world you live in. Very different. But I do want to say, like, make what you want to make, but man, like, just from what I've seen from other designers and how companies treat them and sort of how people are super optimistic. You should do that. Because I think, well, like I'm normally atypically like on Twitch, like here on YouTube, I'm under entertainment. But there's a reason why I went over to just chatting. Like there's a direct correlation why I went over to just chatting. Because I know so many streamers and content creators, and they're all doing their own thing, which I friggin' love. But no one's seeing any growth. Sort of the makers and crafters is shrank, and it's not good, in my opinion. So like for me, if anybody wanted my opinion, if you're out there listening to this, and you're like, well, where should I stream? Just chatting. You're listening? Yeah, I understand why people don't want to be on camera. Yeah, if you ever watch my IRL streams, one of the big people get super nervous about being on camera for their own reasons, of course, but try to tell them like it's not a big deal, but if they think it's a big deal, that's a big deal, right? Stuff is small. No, I just want people to be happy and make a little bit of money. Best thing ever. Even if I disagree with them, I still want them to make a little bit of money. I was talking to somebody on stream the other day, and they're just like me. They were just like, hopefully one day I get tapped for an opportunity, right? And I totally agree. Couldn't agree more. That's how I feel. I've had lots of opportunities. Probably a little law of averages. Probably too. Very lucky, and I hope to bring. Yeah, well. The one thing you got to get over on the internet is people are going to be mean to you because they can, not because they want to, just because they can. But remember, like VTubers are a thing nowadays, and that's the thing you got to remember is like when it comes to streaming and stuff, people are gonna just like some people are gonna pick a fight with you or talk trash to you for no reason, or act like they own you for some reason. Oh, I donated to your stream, so oh, I own, you got to act a certain way. It's like, no, I'm going to act the way I act, and if you like it, you like it. If you don't, you. But you didn't donate to the stream to make that, did you? Because if that was your choice, then you made a bad. That's like one of the things I had to put my foot down here on the stream because people were coming in and they were donating to my crowdfunding and stuff, and they wanted to tell me how to talk and how to behave, and it's like either you're in or you're out, and if you're out, that's okay. I don't judge you, but don't don't talk to me like I owe you something because I don't. Support the stream because you like the stream, not because you think watching your favorite TV show. Think Adam Savage owes you something? If you do, then I think you're off key there, my friend. Making entertainment for people, whether you're doing it for noble reasons or less than noble reasons, doing it because you want to, that's a choice. And No designer, no TV show. Nobody owes you. You support it, you support it. If you don't want to support it, that's fine too, right? But honestly, like changing your life because somebody was mean to you, just be mean back. Make fun of them. We've learned that with trolls here on the channel. Somebody tries to troll me, I'm like, bruh, do you even know like who you're talking to? Everybody's like, oh, you're egotistical. I was like, nah. I know what I make. I know my value. I do. But it's like everybody. Everybody gets a little down. Sometimes people just get down and they come to the internet to just take it out on somebody, which makes sense. No repercussions for it. And I don't think there should be repercussions for it. But don't ever let anyone act like they own you. Because the second you do, that's when then people start to think they do own you. That had and then people get too socialized to you. Like me, for example, I stream a lot, so people think things are different than they are, I guess. Which I guess is not a bad thing, but it's just they think one way and it's actually another, right? Too familiar, I think is the word. People get too familiar with me. It happens. I think it happens to everybody because they get really they get they end up being a part of your world and stuff, and the worst is like when people mislead people about this not being a job. I think. I'm a little bit different because I'm very community based, but not based. I try to lead people down the right road, and if they don't want to go down it, I'm just a guy who makes stuff. Drive my dad nuts when I'd say that. I'm just a mechanic. Oh, it used to drive my dad nuts. But because I want to create a makerspace, because I want to do all this other stuff, uh, Generally the non-designers, but I guess they're also like. That definitely does not look like a bird head, but. Looks more of a bird head. So small, like. Needs some work, but. I just feel like the whole body should be bigger, but. It has bird feels. I'll give you that. Bird feels. All the feels. Oh, I need to take a break. That's why I'm getting stiff. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a break. I'll put you on the thing. I'm going to go check on my other print, and I'll be back in 3 to 5 minutes. I love you all very much. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. Welcome to my laboratory. We're just chatting and doing things, talking design and whatever. I'm very honest about what's going on. But the advice I think I have for everybody is be yourself. Do your thing. Work hard. The chances of you becoming one of these many, many million follower sort of people, very low. Very low. I can't say that it's not possible. I can't say it's not possible. But what I can say is that no matter what happens, remember you matter, right? Like, don't set that as the pinnacle of what you want. Set that as like a goal that you were aiming for. But the pinnacle is build a strong community around yourself. Build pride in what you do, because like no one can take away what you're proud of, like what you've made. You know, being a commentary person and stuff like that. Yeah, but the market's really saturated with that right now. So like people are already watching these big streams, watching these big YouTube channels. They are, and you can get there, but that's not going to make you happy. Making it what's going to make you happy is building something to be proud of. So it's like me, a small community, and people know what I do and like it or dislike it, it don't matter. But building a world where you can be like, hey, I did that thing, and I have these things to be proud of. They can't take that away from me, right? And they can't take it away from you. That would be my advice, I guess. Because we're just talking about a little bit of everything, right? And I think that's the one. So you guys here on YouTube, that's why we're over here, because we're just trying to grow and trying to see. I see we went up again, which is really great. And remember, like this video, it's going to stay on there. But when you're looking back at this in a year from now, maybe I'm more than 120 followers. Maybe I'm less than 120 followers. But what I can say is that I'm proud of what I did, and I'm proud of the things I do, and that's why I like to watch other makers. Like, I'm going to bring up the bird guy we're working on, but I think what we should do is maybe just like watch some more YouTube. I kind of want to do like a winged backpack first, but that's what if I had an opinion, which again, having opinions is dangerous these days. But if I had an opinion, yo, if I had an opinion, be proud. Whether you're proud of your life or your family or the things you make, whatever it is, have some pride in what you do. That would be my advice, I think. I think that would be my advice. And and I have a little heart to heart with you. No matter what happens, one, you matter, and two, you're loved, whether you know it or not. No matter what. Although it might be a double energy drink day today. Might be one. Although the weather here in Vancouver, very nice. Muy bueno. I know all the Spanish speakers are like, that's not how you say it. Yeah. Sold my opinion last week, so all out. That's fine. But again, like opinions are welcome here. Whether we agree or disagree, I don't care. You know what, Sean? Just because you said that, I'm gonna go grab it. Oh, and by the way, would you guys prefer me call you chat? Now, I come from a time and a place where addressing someone by their name is a sign of respect and love. So maybe do I call you guys chat? I think it's just so disrespectful, but what do you guys think? Because sometimes there's only just like 6 or 7 people in here. And I just think, you know what? If you've put the time in to come watch me do what I do, if you put that time in, isn't it kind of cool that when someone looks back on this, they'll be like, I remember that day. Nope, just from the Midwest. There you go. Well, I'm from the West, and I'm from the Central, I guess, originally. So a skull to the tribe. to new friends, to old friends, to friends we've lost, to friends we haven't made yet, and to our fallen, lest they never be forgotten. Much love, much luck, and much adventure. And to you, tribe, watching right now, to you VOD watchers, and to you YouTubers who are enjoying this. Cheers, toast, and of course, wait for it. Wait for it. Wait, are you waiting for it? Skål! Yeah, I'm up in Vancouver, British Columbia, so. And I am doing a lot more live events, so if you guys ever want to set something up so that we can all get together, I would love to do that. I know that there's a big Maker event coming up soon in Seattle area. Yeah, like I know there's a big one coming up. Content creator on Twitch. And then I hopefully will someday get my butt over to Europe and we can have a nice big Maker. I'm still not happy with this head. I'll be honest. Like, we got cool arms. The legs need a little work, but the arms look pretty good. I'm still not happy with the head, but that's okay. Just like stretch it a little bit. Can we just do that? Yeah, there's an event coming up from one of the, like I said, one of the content creators I really like. And they're going to be doing something in the Seattle area. In February. The Febs. Like, see, that's not this, but this is what I wanted to sort of. Oh yeah, I've seen that. I just gotta see the North Pole. Yeah, somebody brought up that Vancouver, Washington came before Vancouver, British Columbia. The head's a lot bigger in this one. And yeah, I know the shoulders are different, but that's sort of what I'm going for. I do really like Womp. How tall are we now? 17. So we're a little small. We could still go up to like lock and unlock. Our height now? 25? Yeah, 25 mils, okay. Like kind of the bracket I want to be in. I think the legs might have to be bigger. I don't know. That's like what we're looking for. I think I want to do more of this like feather. I maybe want to do this feather thing on the legs. Back of the legs. But you can see like how fast Tinkercad is compared to other stuff. And I know, oh, but Maker, it doesn't matter. It doesn't. You're right, it doesn't. How fast you do it. Right, it doesn't. It doesn't matter how fast you do it. It doesn't. But for me, that's sort of like an ease of use thing. And I'm big on easy use. That's not terrible. Hey, how are you? Oh, GTR. Yeah, you guys didn't say. Do you guys prefer like hey chat, or would you do you like being addressed as a person? Well, yeah, post whatever you need on the Discord. We'll chat about it. Oh, because that foot says. I run across the guy on YouTube from Canada that says he started the world's first 3D printer store this year. I don't know about that. There's definitely, I know of at least one company that's been uh, that was in Edmonton for a while. You know what I'm saying? I guess, people can say what they want to say. It doesn't really matter, does it? Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm glad you enjoy it. It's definitely not me, is it? I might be a little idiotic from time to time, but I try not to be too idiotic. That's not a bad leg. The feather's definitely added to it. That's right. People will drag you down to their level if you let them. But it's the train wreck to watch. That sounds like fun to watch. That back is still not enough, though. I know it's like really rigid still. Oh, he might be just a gag. Yeah, it could be just a gag. Definitely be just a gag. Because remember, everybody's trying to break out, right? Trying to break out in some way or another. And some people, it's just their gag to try and break out. The head looks better, but it's still not right, but oh well. Almost like these are too. I mean, I don't even know when the first 3D printers came into Canada, and it doesn't. I'm not really sure it matters, to be honest. I know we had industrial ones, just like we had industrial injection, long before the consumer market hit it. I got a 3D printer in 2010. Oh, then you've been doing it a lot longer than I have. I've been doing it. I've been designing for a long time, and I started 3D printing before designing. I was like really happy to just start. Like this is probably the first commercial thing I did. Yeah, like I wasn't doing it. I got it I got it in when the Ender 3 became inexpensive. It's like I started before this, so probably 6 months before this, so I probably started in 2018. By the looks of it. Because I didn't design right away. Just looking at this is June of 2019. So I've been doing this, I don't know, 7 years, 7.5 years, 8 years, something like that, 7 years. Found you when I got back into it. Oh, well, I'm glad you did. What's the Swanky Crunk? So this is not the original Swanky Crunk. Crunk was one of our first things, like first props I did. I have to look. Well, here's like an edit. What did I do with this? Is version history April. Well, found you on Thangs at the time. So before Thangs, I was on. Oh, you know where I can tell you. I can tell you roughly when I started designing. I can tell you because even I'd have to go look at my Patreon maybe. Even that. Um, because I was printing before that. Say 2019. So I can't zoom into this because it's all peeked out. late 2019 is when I started uploading. Like, and I had been six months before that. So yeah, about 7 years. But like for me, I still think it's like 2019, right? Or 2020, sorry. And this is trusting Thingiverse's download schedule, but I've been, and I deleted a bunch of stuff too, so. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look. 6 years bare minimum, 6, 7 years. Oh, this is actually probably one of my first ones. First original designs. This is like the first thing I ever built to be useful. July 2019. So that's 6 years. 6 years I've been designing. Because that's in my fridge. Refrigerator. Not that it matters, but. And I'm no engineer, I'm just a mechanic, right? Just a mechanic. Just a mechanic doing stuff, making things. But the only advice I have is like, just keep trying. Make stuff you like. Like, I guess that's the big one is make stuff you like. Right? Like, no matter what happens, you can do it for the fame and the accolades. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. What I can say is until that happens, design for yourself and make things you like. That would be my. I do, yes. I would love to see where everyone starts. I don't even know what a wing looks like. Yeah, one of my favorite designers that when I first started was Maker Cult, which is like Warhammer proxy maker. What does a wing look like? So it's a flat part, then a triangle. I was doing alright. I don't know what it looked like. Yeah, a triangle. Yeah, so it's flat on top. Okay. And then there's like a square, I guess. I don't even, honestly, before you guys get all excited about this, I may not even release this design. This one we're having here on YouTube. That does not look like a wing at all. What does a wing look like? Why am I having a hard time with this? Not- I'll put it on the machine right now if you want. But Fusion's the best program to ever use, built over bot. How many people have told me that all the time? Oh, use Fusion, use Fusion. This free stuff you're always using? No, that's not fun. Best program is to use is it ain't stupid if it works, right? That's like the dumb if you got it to work. Yeah, yeah. I should be here for at least another hour, if not two. I'm kind of having a good time. It's really chill over here on YouTube. Not sure I like this at all. Not too interested in making anything on the green section. I can just cut the bottom of that off. Yeah, I have to say, I really enjoy how fast Tinkercad is. Probably why I recommend it so much. Fast, like, been at this for like a we can see what we're looking at. Now, granted, I think WOMP we did pretty fast as well, so maybe that's a catch-22. I just think it's fast because I think it's fast. How much I like this. Looks like a thing. I don't know how much of a thing it looks like. I guess that's okay, right? We're aiming for smaller on this. That's a 20 ml base. We could probably go up to like 30. Wrong put thing. Put the wrong. Ends would be almost impossible. Give them something, right? Watch some YouTube. Make Anything's got some stuff up. Hit you guys with the splash.
Hey friends, it's Devin here with Make Anything, and it's been a while, but I promise, I haven't just been hanging around. I know, it's been a long time since my last video, and a long time since the video before that. What can I say? Moving to another country across the world and starting a new life is exciting and empowering, but it's also just a lot of work. I've also shifted my work a bit more towards the actual 3D printing design side of things and offering files over on things, since that's just been a more sustainable business model for me.
Business model over YouTube in
Right now, but I always love sharing things in this format and being silly on camera, so I'm glad to be back. I arrived to my new house here in Sweden early last year, and upon getting my first printer here, the Bamboo X1 Carbon, I got to work printing all sorts of things for my home. I had this crazy idea that I would print anything and everything that I possibly could, and that's why I still don't have chairs. I've come around and realized that idea is a bit over the top, but it doesn't mean I've stopped designing things for the home, by any means. In fact, I've been printing non-stop, and that's why I couldn't decide when to finally make this video. Some of you also wanted to know how my prints from the last video would hold up over time, and it's been over a year, so we're gonna take a look at some of those. And all the while, we're also gonna be looking at this printer, the Cheedy Plus 4, which I've been using to print most of these new things for my home. As always, there's a lot to cover, so let's get right into it and look at
Sounds like he's doing good though.
cool
That's what we like to hear, right?
Alright, let's unbox this printer we'll be using.
Oh,
Right away,
I
we've got a
feel
bit
like
of
this is gonna be
conflicting
a huge
infrared USB stick and select a test print. Okay, let's get started by revisiting this space below my kitchen sink. Not the most glamorous location, but it is home to one of my favorite home prints. Trash cans are pretty underappreciated considering they're a big part of keeping the rest of the house looking clean.
Injection molded, right?
That changed for me with these door-mounted trash cans because they are right where I need them, when I need them, and hidden when I don't. I love my trash cans. In the last Cool Prints video, when I introduced these, I had just finished ranting about how overrated print-in-place models are, and then I ate my own words with this print-in-place hinging lid. But guess what? This whole time, they didn't even have to be printed in place.
Correct.
The frame is already flexible enough to pop the two parts together. So, big L on my part there.
Not an L, just
Anyways, I was loving these bins as they
Additional
were,
print in place
but
is
I did get
silly.
a couple of suggestions in the comments. Some of you insisted that the lids need to stay open for one-handed operation, which I didn't really feel the need for at the time, but when you're cooking and you have messy hands, I could understand the appeal. So I spent some time figuring out how to make these lids stay open without having to change the overall design, and I basically just added some little tabs that flex out of the way so that you can snap the lid open.
No one remembers
Yep.
all the
That's exactly how the injection molded ones work too. Use the flexibility of the polymer to do it. That's the benefit of having something that's not super. Although granted on steel you'll get that as well, so and even aluminum, so.
Really liking this, so thank you for that suggestion. Also in the first version you could only open the lid from pushing back here, but now I've added this tab on the front, which is another way to open it up, and
put a
it's really
countermass
helpful
on it as
when
well.
you want to snap into this locked position because it just
Right, because it
gives you
prints
that
flat
extra
side
bit of
up.
leverage so that you can get that snap going. Lastly, some people were worried about the unsupported trash bags ripping open and spilling garbage all over the place. And while that still hasn't happened for me, I did try to design a similar removable tray for the bottom of the bags. The same kind of frame and a snapping bottom thing. I didn't quite get it to be stable enough, so I'm not really happy with the
Gotta be
solution.
triangles.
And
It would
I just
almost be
think it's
better
bulky
upside down.
overall, so I
You
haven't
see that? That tray would almost be better upside down. The way it's, because you're working toward, you want to be working against the direction of the.
haven't quite got a solution in this form factor, besides just putting these trays under the sink here, so you can keep a tray underneath it if you really want to. Instead, I ended up designing a completely standalone version of these bins. At first, I was planning to have this big enclosed trash can, like most trash cans, but even printing as a single wall in vase mode, I just ended up using way too much filament to make something this size. So that's how I ended up with this kind
You
of
do panels.
wireframe design.
Panels
This
that clip
consists
together.
of several different parts that all snap together to support the trash bag. By splitting up the design like this, we can orient the different components for optimal strength and minimal material use. I also printed some little TPU feet for the bottom as an optional non-slip upgrade. And for those of you who were worried about leaky bags, I've added this removable tray that just sits in the bottom frame. It is definitely a unique aesthetic, but I think I leaned into it successfully with these colorful parts, and now I have one of these in nearly every room in my house.
Yeah,
Of
just
course,
like
if
good,
you don't have the
what
same
they call
bright red
dustbins.
bags that we use here in Sweden, you can also create a more toned down look like I did with this black frame and gray trash bag. Boring. Having the parts split up does make this model printable on my smaller machines, but being able to print multiple big parts at once on the Plus 4 was definitely handy. It was with big prints like this where I noticed that you really do need to preheat the bed before starting a print. Otherwise, the bed leveling just wasn't as accurate as it needed to be to stick down over this large area. But when I got a handle on that and started waiting patiently for my bed to preheat, the parts were coming off of this printer super nice. I do wish that the wait time was just automatically integrated into the slicer, so you don't have to do that manually, but it's worked out.
Yeah, but they might add that.
Speaking of trash, quite a few people were talking trash about my easy peasy folding coat hangers. Just feed the coat hanger through the bottom, they said. It's so much easier. Well, I respectfully disagree. I've been having a lot of fun with these. I've replaced every single coat hanger in my house with these folding ones, and I think it saves me a few seconds with every garment, and that adds up. Especially when you're taking things off on the way out the door, this is just so much quicker than going through the whole process of taking it off to the bottom, putting the hanger back up. I stand by these. I did play around with the idea of adding gears so that the arms open together and a spring on the lock so that it locks more reliably, but I really felt like that was getting overcomplicated versus this, which is
Smart.
just the right amount of complicated. That said, a lot of you have tried them by now, so do let me know your experience with these co-hangers, and if there's anything I can do to make them better, I'll see what I can do. The Cheaty Plus 4 really shined with these because it's got enough build space to print all of the parts for a hanger in one go, and then I can do that over and over again to make all sorts of different color combinations. You may
Which
have
is fun
noticed
because then you can
I really
you can
like
know
colors. I've also
you can
printed
then
another
know
brush and dust pan.
you can know like what by color coding you can kind of pick your if you want like a blue shirt, put it on a blue hanger, things like that, right?
This was one of my more silly designs that I thought would be harder to justify over just buying a cheap brush. But I have to say, these hold up much better than I expected. They
CPU?
do lose the occasional bristle here
CPU.
and there, but I've been using all of the different sizes constantly, and I even use the big broom and pan outdoors quite effectively. Maybe it's still not worth it because a brush and dustpan are quite cheap, and it can be quite challenging to get the print settings just right for these bristles, but that's also why I printed this one to test out the Cheaty Plus 4, and it managed to handle this tricky print in ABS.
Oh, ABS.
I haven't made any new changes to this design, but I did want to share one crazy coincidence, which is that these hooks in my bathroom that were already installed when I bought the house make a perfect holder for this small dustpan.
That's cool.
I'm not sure I would have come up with a better design from scratch, so let me know if I should make a printable version based on this same idea. Another design I revisited was my italic watering can. From the moment I created this one, it was one of those rare form over function designs for me because I really just liked this iconic shape, but it actually
Artsy.
ended up working better than I expected. Still, there were some clear areas for improvement with this one. I often filled this with water from rinsing out my coffee can in the morning, and the small filling hole would often fill too slowly or bubble up and spill, and the can ended up getting pretty dirty from spilt coffee water.
And he's
for
got a
version
split there.
2.0, I made it a little more like a traditional watering can, and I opened up the top, which makes it much easier to fill cleanly and effortlessly. That change does remove the ability to control the pour with your thumb, which was fun, but ultimately not that important. I also made the new handle just a tad longer, so it's easier to hold more securely. This version was printed using Cheaty's ASA filament, and with the default settings, I managed to get this perfectly watertight print on my first try, and
Nice.
the overall print quality is really good.
Targeted to add much?
I did use ironing on the top surface, and you can see some small gaps and inconsistencies there, but ironing is a notoriously tricky setting, and you have to get just the right parameters for each filament in the slicer to get it to work
Which
out.
is normal.
So I don't blame that on the printer. In fact, I did manage to get some better ironing on the top of some of my chunky drip trays here, which are these minimal stands I designed alongside my multi-texture fuzzy planters. And these are nice because they have a water reservoir that's completely hidden, and as far as the ironing, the results definitely varied between different filaments. So that just goes to show that it's a matter of fine-tuning that. By the way, this whole multi-texture technique is really fun.
Yep.
I made a ton of different planters and pots and things
It was
using
so
this
cool,
technique.
we did
There's
it.
a whole video about that.
Yeah, we
so
did it 'cause
you
it was
should
so cool.
definitely check that out as well. The next design I built onto were these accessories for my IKEA Vapabee speakers.
Oh, that's
These
cool.
already looked really nice and minimal off
Yeah,
the
we've
shelf,
seen that
but
from
I couldn't help but go
Retro
wild
Maker,
and
right?
keep customizing them, adding colors and whatnot. So I've added more handle variations, different button styles, and I also added these speaker covers, which are actually very functional because they protect the forbidden bubble wrap that are the speaker dust caps. These two are my current favorites, but I've made a bunch of different variations, including a version that you can customize yourself just by using the different infill settings in your slicer, and even modifying the STL file further wouldn't be too difficult if you really want to create your own unique vision. Speaking of visions, at some point I got this crazy idea of building an entire jungle gym of rings and monkey bars inside
could
my
be fun.
kitchen and living room, so I could just constantly swing around and play the floor is lava like childhood Devin could only dream of. I got as far as using the stud finder to map out all the joists across my ceiling, and I mounted up my first 2 rings before I actually went up to my attic and realized that my house does not have the structural integrity for that level of shenanigans. It's not impossible, but it would take way more effort than I was prepared for. So for the time being, I decided to just expand my setup outside of the house. For now. These gymnastics rings I printed before have been holding up super well, and while having them at this height is great for muscle ups, I wanted another set that was higher up for dead hangs. This time around, I printed these more triangular rings to save me some material, since I rarely end up hanging from the rounded bottom anyways. And I used that same green cheaty ASA that I used for my watering can, and this printed out beautifully on the Plus 4. Now last time I did quite a bit of sanding to smooth out the rings, but I wanted to test out a quicker technique this time around. First, I simply used a metal file to round out the edges that were against the print bed, and
Any
that
file
did
will
a great
do.
job really quickly.
I
I've
use
also been
files all
meaning
the
to
time.
try out a lazy version of acetone smoothing. Years and years ago, I shared an acetone smoothing technique for ABS, where I made a little heated acetone vapor chamber to smooth out the surface of my print. This works for both ABS and ASA, but this time around, I wanted to skip the entire chamber step and just brush acetone directly onto my print using a silicone brush. I figured it wouldn't result in the same evenly smooth surface of vapor, but for a functional part like this, I was curious to see if it got the job done.
It should.
I gave this part a few rounds of acetone brushing with some time to dry in between, and soon enough the surface did become glossy and slightly smoother. It's certainly not a full replacement for vapor smoothing.
It should take
but
off
it
the hard
sure is
edge.
easier, and the acetone still dissolves the plastic, so that should still strengthen the bond between the print layers.
Yeah.
For now, I decided to keep one
Turns
ring
the
unsmoothed
ABS
for
or
the sake
ASA
of
kinda
comparison
into a
over
glue.
time, so if one ever ends up deteriorating faster than the other, I'll give you all an update. I used a shorter version of the same nylon straps that I used for my first set of rings, and they ended up being the perfect height for my dead hang. I also hung up a smaller ring that I printed in PLA, since some people were curious to see how that would hold up. I've seen people share PLA prints that completely disintegrated after some time outdoors.
My
while
PLA
other
works
people
good
have
outside.
prints that have survived decades in the sun, so this will be
I
an
don't know what
interesting one
decades,
to
but
keep an
years
eye
now.
on.
Maker Polyterra.
Finally, being a
Or
climber,
poly-
I also
polymat
designed a
now?
more finger-focused print with this hanging fingerboard.
That's
It's
cool.
got 5 different edges that get progressively smaller, so it'll remain useful as you get stronger, and it just provides more versatility in training. These are actually printed in PLA as well, and PLA can often feel too slippery for climbing holds and things like that. But I wanted to give it a shot, so I modeled in these little ridges all around the fingerboard.
You
And
could
I
do a
found that it does actually make
TPU
them
shell.
quite grippy and usable. They're also super strong. Every now and then,
If you have
I
your
do
temps
work
up,
out
it should
more
be okay.
traditionally, and for that, I've printed these push-up grips. I learned that the extra height of these stands versus regular push-ups does quite a lot for chest strength, and considering how strong my rings ended up, I figured I could print these as well. It would really suck if these broke, so I made sure the design was extra beefy without using too much filament. It's got TPU grips glued on the bottom, which do a surprisingly good job of preventing slipping and protecting the floor. And this triangular construction is super sturdy, so I can trust these with all of my silly acrobatics.
Now, the day after a workout, my entire body loves to remind me that I'm getting old. So after an especially sore day, I was driven to design some aggressive massage balls. This is another design that I've split up into multiple parts
Good
to
idea.
improve printing and functionality. It consists of a TPU outer surface that's just slightly flexible for comfort, but the PLA core makes sure that these can handle your entire body weight and provide a painfully deep massage in the best way. I split the ball in half mainly so I could print everything without supports, and the Cheaty Plus 4 handled these TPU prints amazingly. But a nice side effect is that you can also mix and match different halves for your own preferences and have varying infill levels for different hardnesses if you please. And you can even just use one half on the ground or against the wall if you don't want it to move around. Another physical therapy device I learned about and decided to print were these spiky rollers. Apparently these have a lot of benefits like releasing tension in myofascial tissue and increasing blood flow
good for blood
post-workout
flow.
recovery. But for me, it was kind of just a design challenge to see how spiky I could 3D print rollers, and these ended up working quite well. They can be a little bit squeaky, but otherwise they're super satisfying, and these handheld rollers worked so well that I decided to make some foot rollers next. And now I have one of these under my work desk at all times so I can fidget with my feet.
Alright, I need to get up and stretch. I think we're running along again. Or did I go? Yeah, I went at 3, didn't I?
This next one's a bit weird, kind of gross, but with my feet apparently getting all this attention on the channel, for better or worse, I have to maintain them as best as I can. So I decided to print these foot fish. These have varying levels of intensity on their scales, which can scrape dead skin off of your feet after soaking them in the shower.
Sanding your feet. Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
I think it's another old person problem, but too much dead skin on the bottom of your feet can actually lead to discomfort and infections. So this isn't just a cosmetic treatment. Kind of gross.
I think a lot of
but
people
also
sand their
kinda
feet.
Satisfying. Wait, why are we talking about my feet? This video's about home prints.
Good question.
Home prints. Lighting. For too long, my home has been lit by bare feet. I mean bulbs. Bare light bulbs. Lighting is one of my favorite things to design because the light itself adds so much to any object. It's literally visible energy, and that makes it so captivating. But when it came to designing light shades for my house, I faced a bit of paralysis over the endless possibilities, and I also wanted lights that were big enough to have a commanding presence, to be a centerpiece over a dining table or a desk. So when I got the Cheaty Plus 4 with that 305mm square bed,
Oh, 305, that's a good size.
Finally time to come up with something. And to help me make decisions, I gave myself two somewhat conflicting constraints. I wanted to make it a vase mode print, but I also wanted to incorporate layering to diffuse and interact with the light source. Vase mode involves
The reason why he's using base mode is because then it's one layer, right? Can be two. Vase mode can be thicker, but atypically it's just like one layer. But the reason why he does that is because that way the object doesn't absorb too much light, right? Because that's the idea of vase mode was to make printing like vases and stuff faster and easier. But what ended up happening is because most material is semi-transparent, if not fully transparent. So with that, because it's a scale, right? But it allows you, like, pretty much all PLAs I think are transparent. Even the blacks, because they're so thin, the light can still get through it. So
objects with a single wall as a continuous spiral.
yeah, a
of
single
filament.
wall all the way
That
around.
generally results in really clean prints that use relatively little material.
But they're very delicate.
The limitation is that not all shapes can be printed as a single spiral. Now, there are lots of ways to hack vase mode to accomplish all kinds of surprising things, and I'm sure I'll explore more of that in future projects. But in this case, my solution was quite simple: to stack several vase mode prints together to achieve that layering that I wanted.
Just smart.
And okay, I didn't exactly decide on one single design, but even better, I made a modular system. So these are my 3-tier pendant lights,
And for now I have a cone variety and a cylinder variety. The individual parts are super simple to print in vase mode, and then they just nestle together for more visual interest and a nice interaction with the light. By
So
adding
he's got
different
a
textures to the
collar in
print,
there.
the light is stretched and warped in different directions, and you can always play around with the color of the prints and the light for a ton of customization there.
And now with like LED light bulbs, which are much cooler than traditional halogen and what's the other one? Compact fluorescent. It's not going to warp the crap out of everything, right? Whereas like before, it'd be so hot it would cause deformation.
And while there is an intended configuration for these pieces, I'm always for experimentation and breaking the rules, so I'd love to see y'all mix and match to make your own creations. I do still have some bare triple bulb lights above me that do need cover, but I'll take care of that in a future
But
video
all you do is make a
using the
bowl.
much larger LED
Yeah.
Giga printer.
Oh, he's got an orange
Here's
storm.
one
That's
massive
cool.
version of that cone pendant I made on that machine. And you've probably also noticed these big posters behind me. Those were also printed on the Elegoo Giga.
I want to know.
I'll make some
I wonder if he's gonna do a review or whatever. Because the one thing that when I was looking at this is one, I think it should be IDEX for sure. But two, I think that everything I read was because it's got 4 build plates on it. It's always hard to get it to 0, right? To get it flat. So it's that at least when it first came out. I haven't seen much on it lately. Nobody really talks about this machine, sadly. But it's enormous. It's a cube, right? 1 cubic meter.
Smaller versions of those as well. This is an artwork I call Scorcher. It portrays the epic power of the sun. And here's another one called Koin, which is based on a Japanese expression that uses the concept of light and shadow, or the sun and the moon, as a representation for the passage of time. I think these do a good job of showing how the Qidi Plus 4 handles filament swaps really well. And in fact, one of my favorite features on this printer is the manual filament cutter that makes filament swaps really quick. Instead of having to heat up and retract filament, you just cut it off near the extruder with the press of a button and feed in the
That's like what the Bamboo has an automatic cutter on it. So none of the snap makers have an automatic filament cutter. You have to retract it. But like with the J1, because it's a flying gantry or Core XY, it allows you. It just backs it out. It's not that big a deal. It just backs it out for you, and then you just swap the new filament in. It's really. And then with the Artisan, it's a little bit more of a struggle because I've had trouble with the Bowden tubes retracting into the housing, but.
next spool. It's a simple idea, but such
Hey,
a
look,
convenience
Polymaker, we know those guys.
since you can remove filaments without the printer even being turned on. These were
That
printed
is a
using
convenient thing.
Polymaker's Neon PLA, which is super reactive to black light. So
We
that
talked about that. How reactive the Polymaker their neon and their glow in the dark are super strong when it comes to black light.
creates a really cool effect, and I really need to figure out where I'm gonna put a black light room in my house. Anyways, decoration is nice, but much better is functional decoration. I recently got these nice big bar magnets. They're nice and strong, but also not exactly something I'd want to display in my home. And yet, the more magnets around me, the better.
I feed off of their energy.
Magnets are magic.
So my solution was to simply design a
Glue it
case
in place,
around
yep.
these magnets, and you can't go wrong with a squiggle. At first, I made a bunch of filament swaps during the concentric infill of this first layer for a super colorful result, but combined with the colorful magnetic keychains I made, it actually felt like a bit too much color for once. Also, with this PLA surface, the magnets can slide around a bit
so
too easily,
smooth.
so I ended up printing a black cover using flexible TPU instead.
Yeah.
That improved the grip, and I think it looks better in this color
Yeah,
as well.
modular is the way to go.
Unfortunately, within a few days, my wall magnet turned into a floor magnet. The acrylic tape I used peeled off of the wall under the weight of the magnets and keys, so in the end, I just screwed the bar into the wall, and I also made the squiggle vertical, since I can't make up my mind on these things.
Problem with that is if you have car keys or whatever,
And
you can screw up the fob because the magnetic field's so strong, it'll actually screw up the fob.
I also put up a smaller squiggle magnet in the kitchen. I already have one for my knives, but like I said, the more magnets, the better. I wasn't sure how I'd end up using this one, but I have been using it quite a bit to hold utensils that I plan to keep using, which happens pretty often since I'm always picking away at food before I've actually finished cooking a full
Did you
meal.
see that though? It's a magnetic slip on that. So I wonder if his face surface is too thick. Because the further you are in the magnetic field, the less strength it has. So that's interesting.
Around the kitchen, I've also got a Perspectiva sponge holder.
Oh, see, I made a sponge bed. It's like a little bed that your sponge sleeps in.
I've got this phone stand for video calls, these little rubber stoppers for my cabinets, a raindrop cup top to cover my garlic,
That's cute.
and this snapping dirty clean indicator on my
That's cute.
dishwasher. But beyond dealing with these little inconveniences, there are actually cases where 3D printing can solve big issues. A few weeks ago, my kitchen sink started draining more and more slowly, up to the point where I couldn't ignore it any longer. After spending way too much money on drain cleaners that did nothing, I printed this drain snake that prints coiled up.
Yeah, those have been drain snakes. I made one. They were a really popular thing for a while, and then they kind of fell off.
And you can unravel it with a heat gun or hairdryer. I would be more proud of it, except obviously these snakes really only help with hair clogs, which isn't the problem with my kitchen sink.
Yeah, you want to use them for your like bathtub, bathroom sink.
So I followed up with a more brute force approach by printing a giant accordion plunger using Bamboo Lab TPU. By making this plunger a perfect match for my sink, the clog would have nowhere to go but down and out to the ocean, or apparently out of this overflow drain. But
See, in Canada, there's no overflow drains in the kitchen because of the methane that can be produced in the pipe, and they don't want it flowing back up through the sink.
covering that up, there's nowhere to hide. And sure enough, within a few plunges, my
Yep.
kitchen sink was draining like new.
But then you gotta wash that with cleaner, because bacteria will build up in that because that's dirty water, right?
All right. Problem solved. Well, except, you wouldn't believe this, but apparently the clog just got pushed down the pipes to a different part of my house. Because later that same night, my shower stopped draining. So I grabbed my mega plunger and
That's why they say use like the those cleaners, because those cleaners dissolve the material, the organic material. But one of the things you should be doing is pouring baking soda and vinegar down your drains, because it'll froth up and clear it for you.
I tried plunging the shower drain, but that drain's a bit bigger, so it didn't quite work. So I just printed an adapter to seal that larger drain entirely
Yep.
and started plunging. Uh-oh, it's getting gross. I don't think it would be good for viewership to show you the aftermath of this operation. It was not pretty. Instead of just pushing everything down and out of my life,
Yeah, it pulls it back
the
up.
plunger was sucking everything back out and into the shower.
Yep.
Just awful. Smelly chunks of God knows what. It was not the brightest of days. But after a few hours of that, there was nothing left to clog my shower. And now I'm much more careful about what goes down the kitchen sink. Well, I'm officially traumatized. And I think we've gone over a whole lot of home prints by now, so let's just rapid fire a few stragglers and try to get on with our lives, shall we? We've got these display columns, which you can print normally like this, or with a twist. Just a silly idea I had, but you can see how nice and big I was able to make these on the cheap.
That's where the
floor.
lightning infill
Pretty
comes in
cool.
handy, right?
Then there's this
2 or
ASA
3
clip
walls
I
and-
printed to keep my lawnmower running without me having to grab onto the bale
Yeah,
lever the entire time.
Don't do that. It's called a dead man switch for a reason. Don't do that. Defeating safety features on items is never a good idea. Just I know it might be boring or obnoxious to hold that, but I'm telling you, don't do that.
Because I value comfort over safety.
Also for the garden, I printed this hand drill mixer to stir up a salt and vinegar
Oh,
formula
that's cool.
that makes an excellent weed killer.
Yeah, salt and vinegar works really good. If you don't know, it's like what it does is it like burns the leaves, and then the leaves don't work anymore, and then it just dies off. Yeah, vinegar. Most people just use straight vinegar, but yeah, I could see salt. But remember, not coarse salt. Like it has to be fine salt.
To take care of
Oh, but remember, it will eat your sprayer. You have to make sure you clean it with lots of water.
dead weeds, I made this burner on a stick. Work in progress. I made some little TPU feet to keep this cabinet from rolling around, a TPU guitar capo extender, a TPU lens for my camera.
That's cool.
And I'm sure there are a bunch of other things I've forgotten about, but I think I've made my point here. There is a lot to be printed around the house, and I promise it's some of the most satisfying work you'll do with your 3D printer, because these are the kinds of prints that you're using every day and appreciating constantly. As far as this Qidi Plus 4, you've seen that it was able to handle all of the crazy things I threw at it. Like the Q1 Pro, it's got a few quirks here and there. The UI is not quite as polished as the Bamboo X1 Carbon, but it's still very usable. And at $800 USD, it is approaching the price of that X1 Carbon. So
Yeah,
I would ask
it's in
myself
the same price
whether
point.
I'll really benefit from the larger.
See, and it's like I always tell you guys about the build volume. 256 seems to be a common build size, and it seems to be the best for most people. Like I have a 400, a 310, a couple of 200s, a couple of 250s. And then I have a one that's like 200 by 300. Yeah. So it's definitely weird. Like there's definitely weird sizes out there, but in general, like everything I make is, it works well, right? So.
Build volume of the Plus 4 in order to justify it. Being able to print larger things can be really nice, but it also means you're going to spend a longer time heating up the bed, leveling things, and starting prints. So if you're not going to use all that space, take a look at the X1 Carbon.
So like with the Artisan, for example, you can heat up the center of it instead of the whole build plate, which is always like a really big plus, because like it's a 400 mil build plate, but when you're printing in the core of it. So if you don't need that outside side, always do print the inside of it, right? Snapmakers. Yeah, I believe the Snapmaker link is at the bottom, but that's like what you run into, right? Yes, I'm still waiting on for repairs for them, but it's okay because the J1 is just rocking and rolling. I actually have some parts to finish on the J1 today.
Carbon, or even the much cheaper Qidi Q1 Pro, which has been working really wonderfully for me. Honestly, all three are great printers, and that just goes to show how good 3D printers have become. Again, Qidi did not pay me, but they did give me the printer for free in exchange for sharing my honest opinion.
Yeah, and that's like they say, right? So he, always, I'm gonna say great video, but like and comment, right? It helps him in the analytics.
If you do buy it through the link in the video description, I'll get a nice commission, and links to all of these.
Yeah,
cool
so he
prints
uses
will
affiliate
also be
links
down
just like
there.
I do.
Like and subscribe if you like what you saw. Yeehaw. Get your print on. And stay inspired. Almost forgot my catchphrase.
Oh, sorry, we didn't finish this during the last video. I don't know. It is interesting that she put there's a couple of things, like if she had a 3D printer, you could incorporate some 3D printed stuff into this to make it a little easier. And then like glue some stuff in place using like epoxies and whatnot. But really, like, trash builds are fun builds. And like I said, I am surprised that she didn't put aluminum on the back face.
I made it to Seoul. Suitcase is going strong. I'm actually super happy that we added this aluminum because it's raining. No problems at the airport whatsoever. This project just works. This week's video is brought to
Watch the graveyard house. More of the hot rod. We could do the wheel. Leather sewing's always fun. It's hard on the hands for me. What does Osman have? So it's been a while. So he did sauce, open sauce, right? And I really wanted to go to that. It really bummed me out that I didn't get to go. But we can take a look at this one. He's kind
What
of
is
fun.
the biggest challenge you find with 3D printing?
Well,
Biggest challenge? Filament. Swapping material.
definitely speed.
I mean, this is like a couch sitting right there. Look at all this crap. Oh, my hat! My other hat, my not stinky hat. And right now, we're editing the next episode of Scare the Coyote, which was supposed to resume last week, but now it's gonna resume. I don't actually know what week this is right now, but our farming, today is a farming video. It's not related to open sauce. It's a farming video. F-A-R-M.
I think him doing open source is probably one of the coolest things. Because he was the YouTube creator, and then I kind of fell off with him, and then just to see what he's done since I fell off with him, it's just so cool. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back, and we'll watch him. I'm gonna see if my model part's finished, and then we'll do it. I think I have to print another tank, just because. Well, I guess it's a tank destroyer, but just because. Just because. So I'm gonna take my break. I'll be back soon. I love you all very much. Thank you for tuning in. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. I'm about to jump into another YouTube video. I just pulled off some of my parts for my next tank, my tonk. This is a tank destroyer I've been working on. It's pretty cool, ask me. Slots for everything fits where it's supposed to. So I'm just gonna glue those into place. Although I will say, when I was taking it off the machine, I did drop a piece and I don't know where I put it. So, whoops a doodle. So I think we'll do the light cannon on this one. We'll have the two light cannons on top, and then we can switch them out because they're interchangeable. They have enough counter mass in them, so you can just set them on top. They don't need magnets or anything. See. Magnet in there. Although there is a slot in the bottom for a magnet, and you just put a magnet, glue a magnet to this, and then glue a magnet to that. You can actually sit it on top of the magnet, so it just sits on it and rotates. So yeah, I think we're gonna watch some Farmers with Brain Damage from William Osmond. So.
MNG. I bought a disc carrot on Facebook Marketplace to spread the compost. Hey, sorry, my phone was on Do Not Disturb.
25 inches.
It's 25 inches from the tip to tip?
No, from the inside to the inside.
The base to base. 25 inches, base to base, not tip to tip, is how big our disc harrow hitch is that we're picking up right now to spread the compost that was delivered in like 30 trucks from Agromin like a month ago before open sauce happened.
So the wood chipper is
I've been waiting for this.
Base, 26 inches.
I think that this might fit on the white tractor. The yellow tractor works now. That didn't work in the last farming video, right? Hey, gamer.
Brakes don't work so good.
Turns out the fuel tank was clogged, and so we just took an air compressor and I shoved it in the fuel line, and then it just like blasted all the crap out. I tried to siphon it out, thinking like all the particles that were clogging it would come out, but like it just came out clear. So I just put the diesel back in, and it works now. All right, base to base. Here is also 25 inches. I think this thing would fit on either tractor.
There's no way that Will's gonna be able to carry this thing back on the tractor. Something's gonna go wrong. Something always goes wrong with this tractor, so I'm gonna follow Will with my truck and the trailer.
Just because we're not living doesn't mean we
Immediately
don't
into
enjoy
a commercial, eh? Gotta get that YouTube Prime, you know?
Out! Why? Yes! Yes! It came out, John. The pin. Okay, ready, John? If you see anything ripping and tearing that I missed, let me know. Wow. Okay. Pull that up. I've never seen.
So a trick that he could do to avoid like a lot of the problems that he has is he could grease those couplers, and then he wouldn't have such an issue. Again, I don't have a tractor, so who am I to judge? There we go. So that's our little. And then yes, so we only ended up with one of the machine guns. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm running another set on the machine right now. But what's gonna happen is I have to go into the machine and see where I pushed it. No warping, no distortion, just like sweet little in there. And that's our little, let me go to full screen. There's our new little tank, right? And then when I find the other little machine gun, it'll go on there. And then of course there's our turret. And the turrets are modular, so that'll be released. Probably do one more tank. I have enough parts to do like a couple tanks. Probably do another tank, but I'm gonna put this on the display over there on the bamboo. But all this stuff is printed on the J1, and there'll be pictures on the Snapmaker Discord if anyone's paying attention to the Snapmaker Discord. Also, the tops are modular, so at some point, if I get bored, I can just go and make like different tops for it, you know. So I thought that was kind of interesting and fun. to do tanks and stuff, so you have like that variable. So, you know, and that way, if you do glue your magnets on the wrong way, you just reprint the top and not worry too much about it. I had thought about putting a hole through the top where the magnet should sit, but I didn't. So, yeah. So you can see there, right? We got some tanks, some toys, and some minis, and it's pretty cool. But yeah, I really like the J1. I think I'm going to move the J1 out here and just mount the bamboo to the wall, and we'll just have to get a cable because I don't have a cable for the Voron right now, so we'll have to figure that one out. It's not a big deal, right? But yeah, so probably not the best to display models that weren't printed on the because none of those models were printed on the bamboo, but that's what I have, so that's what we're doing. So anyway, let's jump back into this.
In my tractor without an axe before. There's a first for everything.
You can see those knuckles in there, they're bushings. You could grease those and it would make it a little easier on you. You know, he doesn't know a lot about machines. He is an engineer, but you know, this is all heavy duty mechanic kind of work.
Everything though. That goes in there, that goes in there. And then we go.
Also, what people will do is they'll put their machines on like a pad so that it's level when you pull it off. It makes it easier to get the fixtures off. I know that he's got gravel, all these tents and stuff. That's part of his studio on the back end of his house. But yeah, like, and then you can, you know, in here, all this, everything that's gone dirty, you can clean all that and then paint it so it doesn't spray bomb it. It's not big.
Oh god, there's hydraulic fluid.
And it looks like he needs a new seat.
I think it'll fit on the white tractor. We could just take the white tractor. I'll just take this one. I'm pretty sure it would fit.
Oh, another thing that people will do is they'll plug their tractors in so their batteries don't die. So it's like one of the.
You know, the worst part about this tractor, John, there's room for one more in the back. You better go. You gotta keep. Are you okay?
She just chugs water.
John, are you gonna come into the tractor with?
He needs a pressure washer. Clean his tractor.
You could come in the tractor.
We'll be back.
You could sit there. You could sit here.
Alright, we're gonna stop at McDonald's because Will's tractor is really slow, and I think we can probably get some food and still beat him there. Snack wrap. Got a McChicken. Oh, look who finally decides to show up.
I will say that California is very beautiful. Like every time I sort of see stuff from California, I'm like, man, that's a beautiful place. And it's drier than you expect. Like his big complaint about his property is that it's sand. So that's why this video is all about him pushing the compost down so that he can grow, right? Because his big dream is to grow as many sunflowers as he can for his missus, which I think is. And sunflower oil is pretty valuable. And sunflowers are pretty cool. If you guys have I've grown sunflowers. They're a pretty cool plant, let me tell you. They definitely, I didn't grow any this year, but they definitely are like real. This year and last year, I think, I didn't grow anything. I think, yeah, there's a picture on the Discord of like all the grass and stuff, so.
The suspension on my tractor doesn't exist.
It's got a blown tire
too. My ass hurts
too.
and my back hurts. I took quite the pounding. Right, here's the guy.
But that's also why you replace those old seats with something easier to sit on.
Nice forks! The guy we're buying the disc harrow from has a lot of tools and a lot of stuff. And Kevin's showing off his laser right now.
What he's doing with the laser there is he's taking it's not a scrape function. I don't know. It's an anti-rust function that he can do. It's pretty
wild.
That's crazy, right? Do the lettering.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so all kinds of money.
I just want to make a friend so that I can use a press brake when I need one. This is what
Yep, that's in. I don't know if you guys are from small towns or whatever. I assume he's in a fairly big part of California, and California's got lots of people that live in it. But farmers, they always trade. That's a big barter thing. So I think that's pretty cool.
I bought. It is my new disc harrow for farming. Okay, oh, there's my sunglasses. I paid Alan $1,000 for it.
He should be able to make his. Yeah, there you go. There's the bamboo post. He should be. It's because we said bamboo. You should be able to make it back. I don't know if you can make $1,000 on sunflowers in a season. I don't make probably $300. But he's also talked about like opening up a little shop and selling it. So I don't know. I don't know, but I think it's still pretty cool. Personally, I love seeing farming coming back into pop culture. And look at all the cool cars this guy's got sitting around. That you don't have that in Canada. They'll just rot.
Okay, that was easy. Got one on, and I'm really glad I bought this because Alan is awesome. And now Kevin's buying shit.
All right, look at all these gears. Look at all these gears. You think I could buy them from him? He's probably open. I mean, they're just sitting here, right?
Are you trying to buy something?
Yeah, you know all those gears that you have down there?
Yeah? You want them all, or you just want a few?
I don't know. All of them.
$10.
I've got 140. Wait, what?
$10.
Oh, okay. I'll give you 20.
See, that's the thing, right? Is like he was happy about selling off the disc, right? And then, well, I got them laying around. I don't need them, and I can make a little bit. And he thought, oh, I'll give you. You know, it is one of those things where it's like we're always used to paying so much for stuff. But guys who got stuff laying around, you never know, right? And this guy's got, what is it, Bucky's Hot Rod Shop? So he makes hot rods. So maybe those are old transmission gears. I don't know. They looked pretty Acme cut, but you know I didn't get a good look at them, right?
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay.
That's my scrap pile.
Alan has a lot of shit.
Yeah, scrap pile, right? So it's like he might use those for something else, but you know, you never know, right? And that's one of the things that I really like about sort of country life versus like the city. Whereas the cities, you're buying things, you're paying through the nose for stuff, but out in the country, you know, guys would be sitting on something for 40 years. And like, oh well, I never used it. You know, I got it on a deal or whatever. That was his scrap pile stuff that you didn't need, right? So.
Missing one pin, but that's probably okay.
Yeah, always put your pins in. Always put your pins in, and make sure you got your cotters on them. You don't necessarily have to wire them up. It does help. But remember, like he doesn't lubricate. You gotta oil the crap out of these machines, so they just sit there and they get hard, right? So.
Yes, let's go. This is a very special orange triangle. It is all you need to be safe on the road. What is different between
the slow travel sign,
the orange triangle, and not the orange triangle? It's just words that are written on a piece of paper that people that have jobs in the government take very seriously. Does it actually improve the safety of anybody in this world? Probably not. And there it is.
Yeah, just wire it up.
The safest orange triangle. I am now legally 100% allowed to drive on city streets because this is for agricultural purposes and the vehicle does not exceed 25 miles an hour. An orange triangle, and that's all I need. It's got Gov Deals alarm going off right now.
Yeah, Gov Deals. Basically, like any surplus and stuff, it's really hard in Canada to do surplus, but yeah, like I think that's really cool. I used to work with dealing with surplus and stuff, but actually it ended up being like when we used to get stuff out of the oil sands, be off these like huge oil sands sales. But the thing is, if you don't have a shipping company, it's really hard because like shipping is expensive. So you might get something from northern Alberta and trying to get it here to the lower mainland in Vancouver. Just a nightmare because you know there's not a lot of freight, right? There's not a lot of freight trains that do that. So I've been complaining to the government like, hey man, we need more rail, but especially a poor guy like me. But you know you gotta try and then keep going, right? So remember like I'm quite good at this CNC stuff, but this is like what I like, right? Machines and grinders and stuff like that. I like stationary machines. Yeah, I'd like big stuff that'd kill you, but you know, if you're safe, it won't kill you. But remember, everything's dangerous. You just gotta moderate and be careful with the danger. That's all.
Yes, the price is now
$3,400, I'm not gonna buy it. It's 40,000 pounds of MREs that expire in December.
40,000 pounds. So that's what, 20 tons? That tractor needs a good wash, though.
Oh.
Yeah, it's the tires that's giving them a hard time, because the tires normally act like when you get solid suspension like this machine. A lot of the give is in the tires, but his tires are a little worn out. And tires for tractors are expensive, just so you guys know. So what you do is you put an air ride chair in that, which is it sits on hydraulic actuators, and then that moves up and down, and that gives you all the. But yeah, they're not an easy ride, not at all. But are they fun? Yeah, they sure are. His tractor needs a good wash though. Good wash and maybe a paint. But I guess it's California, so you don't have to worry about it rotting too much.
I need a back massage. Do you see anyone? I see somebody. You don't see anyone? Interesting. As far as I know, the way a disc harrow is supposed to work is I have no idea. I don't know. I think that
Well, normally what it does is as you pull it behind the machine, it like cuts the soil, the top layer of the soil, and then flips the material over. That's why the blades are offset like that. But we'll see here in the video. But normally what it does is it'll cut a path, and then the disc behind it rolls that path over, and you end up with these little mounds. Following the land, which is not what he's doing because he doesn't have any land to fallow, but following the land is just letting it overgrow, and then you can plant on top of that, but you're competing with the local weeds, right? And they grow with fertilizer too. So like I say, this is really exciting. I do see his super death trap. That's the super death trap from Backyard Scientist. So
you just stick this in the ground and drive forward. I don't really know what we want. Do we want it straight, or do we want it bent? What does the... Here, you take the baby. Papa's gonna try to farm. You okay?
Does John have the baby? Yeah.
Oh, Snapmaker. Yeah, so if you guys don't know, we do have a 5% discount down below in the comments, and my affiliate link if you guys want to pick up this here right here, the silver machine, that's the J1. These big guys here are the Arzan, and that's their new, I believe their new laser. So funny how there's no U1, but that's because the U1's still on the Kickstarter, right? So
drop that into the ground, and then I'm gonna start the tractor.
And yeah, see how he's got him turned? Make sure you put your pins in.
Lift the bucket. Going to like low.
And sometimes what you do is you actually put load, like rocks or sand, in the bucket to add more weight to the front end to keep it more from bouncing. You'll see. I don't know if he's gonna do that, but you'd see that. But yeah, like this whole machine needs a good lube job.
Yesterday I tried to disc, harrow, plow. What the fuck are these words? A little bit, but the white tractor didn't push the discs into the ground. So I'm gonna try to hook it up to the yellow tractor. Also, I hate driving the white tractor. It's horrible. This thing's way easier to drive, the Ford 445D. But the hydraulic lines, they sprayed us. And I tried to put a cap on it, but since everyone and their mother has invented a new type of hydraulic fitting, which is fucked up, honestly, you guys. Stop inventing new hydraulic.
The reason why there's different hydraulic fittings is because each company wants you to buy their stuff, so they try to use proprietary parts, even on older stuff, right? But remember, he could plow that with just this simple little excavator, because they have a blade on the front of them, and sometimes you'll see guys make roads with them. Yeah, that's a thing, like for real. So he's got quite big mounds, so we'll see how it goes. But what do you say, 30,000 pounds of manure?
Hydraulic fittings, just pick one. I don't know, what's the difference? I don't like getting sprayed with hydraulic oil, and everything here is really good at spraying us with hydraulic oil. Is the Cat State shirt for pre-sale on Cat Warehouse right now? The Cat State shirt is for pre-sale on Cat Warehouse right now.
Cute.
If you want one, buy one. If you don't, fucking don't buy it. Save your money for a down payment on a house or some shit. Don't be buying stupid.
Notice, see, everybody now knows what's going on with the community. Everybody knows you guys are having a hard time. If you can afford our stuff, buy our stuff. If you can't, please don't. Save your money. Take care of yourself. You know, it always helps us. It always helps using those affiliate links. Like we got the Polymaker at the bottom, and we got the Snapmaker at the bottom. I could probably even load the merch if you guys really want it. You guys put it in the comments, but if you want the merch or whatever, because there's lots of cool merch. But yeah, like save your money. Like you know, take care of yourself. That you matter, you know.
Stupid shit from YouTubers. Catwarehouse.com. This is an ad. Okay, John, I've got the key to the tractor. So before we can farm, I have to put the key into the keyhole, and then I turn the key on. We're gonna do a hydraulic leak test. I twist the key. Okay. They wiggle.
Well, yeah,
but they
because they wiggle because the pump is trying to push, and then going to bypass. So it'll try to push. It'll receive a certain amount of resistance, and then a little valve inside that control block will open, spring powered, and it'll return to tank. It's very common in hydraulics.
Now I go into the white tractor, which if I haven't told you before, I hate driving. So twist the key, it starts, I go in reverse, I come out here, and I pull the...
He goes into reverse to take the load off the pins. That's like what he has to, because remember, as he pulls forward, there's a little bit of slop in those pins get tight, then it pulls the thing forward, right? So
these pins, but fuck! And now I'm gonna pull the tractor forward by starting the tractor.
And this thing in the back is called a PTO, power takeoff unit, just like in a transmission, except you use it for powering anything on hydraulics. So there's a hydraulic, there probably is a lifter arm on here. If not, it'll all be in this back of this thing. Sometimes it'll be an output sprag shaft, which you can hook things into, which is the problem that Jeremy Clarkson always runs into because his Lambo.
This is why we have giant tractor. It's to move heavy piece of shit metal. I just want to put this thing on the tractor so I don't have to do physical labor anymore.
Here, I'll bang and you slip it in.
It's got a flat side on it. Twist it towards me. Now the other way, dumbass.
There you go.
We fucking did it.
Ah, fuck. So I think the general idea is we take this whole contraption and we shove it into the dirt and we drive forward.
And what he can do is, as he's doing that, he can actually tip that front bucket that's on that machine, tip that down to a certain height, right? You can measure from the ground, and he can tip that down, and it'll push the dirt ahead of him to fill in any gaps. So, you know, you're using it like a trowel. We're on at 4.5 today, 23. So we're just watching some videos. I did some design earlier. We're watching videos and designing as we go. Worked on a new Mini. I don't know if I'm going to release it just yet, but yeah, I can show it here. This is what we were working on today. Robot bird guy. That's just I don't do T-pose. I do like forward pose, I guess. Because I put everything into position so I can... That bird head is not great, but whatever. It's still cool. I think it's cool. But
forward. Now I don't know the difference between the angles of the discs and what they do, but I think our goal is to chop up all the grass and debris and then stir the soil up, because Redneck once told me that the softest, siltiest, lightest sand and dirt goes to the surface.
Yep.
I don't know if that's true at all.
It is. See how his bucket's up there? He can bring this bucket down. If he knows what his expected ride height is going to be, he can take that bucket down to that height and tip it on edge, and it works like a big plow. Yeah. And then the other trick, of course, is if he's getting a little wobbly or whatever, you put weight in the front bucket. And remember, you want to keep that bucket low. You keep it low, right? Because that acts like a counter mass to the rear here. Yeah, looks like it's cut.
going too far, I think it's important to take a step back.
Me neither. Is this a Ford?
Back and look at the work that we've done.
It is a
Our
Ford.
work that we've done looks like shit, John.
No, that looks good.
Maybe we should get real jobs. Nah, fuck this. Let's keep going.
Like I say, like I'm so glad. I don't know how this all worked out for him. I don't know how he got this, but I'm glad he got it because it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to see somebody who knows nothing about farming trying to farm. Because remember, farming's cool. It's a poor man's job because every penny you make, you got to set aside just in case something goes wrong. But it's a good, it's a satisfying life, you could say. I don't know. I don't know if people would consider it a good life, but I think it's a good life, and I think it's pretty satisfying. Even me when I grow in my garden. Like I said, I didn't grow this year, which I'm now because it's harvest season. I'm so disappointed because it would have been cool to see those big sunflowers, but you know, there's always next year. And you know, because I live in Vancouver, we could try and if you guys know what kind of winter stuff, please put it in the comments. Because put it in the comments down below because we can try and grow some winter stuff or fall stuff. I don't really know, but we have really fertile soil because it's all made out of compost. Yeah, so see those big dunes? That's what he's going to be going through.
Hey, wow, that looks pretty good.
Not very straight, but that's all right.
I turned this big, bushy, shitty field into a big, flat, combed-looking, groomed, that's a bad word, groomed, but not in a perverted way kind of field. Groomed in an agricultural kind of way field. Man, they take all the good things from us. Perverts.
Yep.
Let's take back the word groomed.
All the good words, they all have pre-context to them now. It's the worst.
No. They did that much damage? Damn.
So you gotta bring that bucket down. That bucket's up
I think
way
this is
too
gonna
high.
take forever. I think that it has to get spread really thin first and then mixed in.
Yep.
That's what the guy said? Okay. Oh boy, look at the time.
But that's a land ripper, which is like sometimes you see it. I don't know what the trimmed. There you go. I don't know what the correct name is for it, but it's the one with all the big hooks and the spade on the end of the hook. You use that to rip up the soil. So it's again what he needs to do is go and plow it down, right, and work his way through it. But he's getting it done. Although sadly this video is a month old.
Yeah, it's getting pretty late, all right. What do you say we do literally anything other than this?
The other. So yeah, so sadly there's not. That's the newest one from him. I'd love to see how that went. He did a lot of cool stuff. He did a bunch of videos from SauceFed, or OpenSauce, sorry. And it's, you know, he got to work with a bunch of people he really liked. He ended up doing how many videos? 12, I think. Not too care about that. I think he ends up talking about that in other videos, but like I said, that was pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I love this guy, Advoco. He does great stuff. Oh, we watched his stuff, so nothing new from him 3 months ago. His stuff's a little slow. Have I ever shown you guys the water wheel build? This water wheel is so cool.
Max, and this video is about the construction of my water wheel running off a small stream near my log cabin deep in the woods. Over the past 2 years, harnessing my water wheel's power output has helped me with a handful of everyday tasks. As you can see for yourself, I use this wheel as a drive for my wooden washing machine, which currently has only a washing cycle, but I have plans to add a spin and rinse cycles to it. And of course, I use the water wheel as a drive for my mini power plant made from a conventional electric screwdriver.
Isn't that cool?
Charging batteries for my phone.
Isn't that cool? He just used a drill, and then basically as the drill spins backwards, he puts it through a rectifier, and then you get power. It's really cool. And that's a little bitty water wheel, just so you guys know. Water wheels are normally really big, like really, really big. So, yeah, this is one of my favorite. Just such a great video.
Video equipment, drone, cell signal booster, 2 batteries, and to a lesser extent for my log cabin's lights at night when the solar panels are of little use. Quite often, I use the water wheel as a drive for my cast iron mini mill, on which I mill grain for homemade bread and pies.
That's pretty cool. He's got a grinder hooked up to it. Like again, like there's a lot of cool technology that's really old. There is more modern, more efficient versions of it, but that doesn't mean you can't do it yourself, right? And having water power, like hydropower, is like one of the coolest, like because it's potential kinetic energy. It's one of the coolest things that humans ever figured out. I freaking love it.
As well as coffee beans for making freshly ground coffee, which once tasted is so difficult to refuse. Occasionally, I use the water wheel as a drive for my drum-type grinding wheel with interchangeable abrasive belts, or as an inertia drive for a wood lathe, as well as a drive for my other bushcraft mechanisms designed to free up time, add comfort, and just to dispel boredom. After all, the use of a water wheel in an everyday routine undoubtedly adds variety to life, pleases the eye, and to some extent even acts as an attraction.
Yeah, I agree. There's just something about water wheels that are just so special. His is I think it's the back. I forget the name of it, but it uses the back of the wheel, not the front of the wheel. Drop wheel, maybe? I don't know. But there's different styles of water wheels. There's like 3 or maybe 6 different styles of water wheels. But remember, the bigger that wheel is, the better it is, right? And that shaft he's got in there, the smaller that shaft, the better it is. Because the bigger the wheel and the smaller the shaft, the faster the shaft turns. Yeah.
Frankly, the very process of the water wheel's manufacturing gave me a lot of pleasure. Without previous experience of constructing water wheels, on top of having to work in a bushcraft setting, this task is not trivial, and now I invite you to join this adventure. Friends, I'm sorry to seem unoriginal, but the implementation of this project began with preparations beforehand. In fact, my previous videos about organizing an open-air workshop described the preliminary stage for the water wheel construction. There were other essential steps that contributed to this project, such as building a topsy-turvy workbench, a primitive tool rack, a shaving horse and sawhorses, as well as milling logs into boards, forging a two-handed chisel and a clogger's knife, also other DIY projects, including building a log cabin for that matter. It turns out that even the construction of a dam and a swimming pond on this stream in 2014 was a necessary stage for the current water wheel project.
Hey, did you hear that? 2014? So he's been doing this for 11 years. I hope this works out for him. I really enjoy watching this stuff.
I think this channel's regulars noticed that all my videos are story related. And just like in Chekhov's guns concept, if in one video I hang a shotgun on the cabin's wall.
Yeah, I love that. That's sort of how I used to make my. If you go look at my old YouTube videos, you can see that I'll show something that I'm going to show in the future. Just I don't. They call it Chekhov's gun or whatever. I love that. I think that's really great personally, and it's really neat to see a combination of like modern techniques and old school stuff, like cobbler's knife or cobbler. Yeah, I think that's what he calls it. But it's just so strange and yet so useful. It's just a big shaving blade. It's really cool.
There will definitely be a video where I make a water pipe for a distillation cube or a coil for a tar distillery from its barrel. I drew a couple of sketches of the water wheel
incredible.
And the available materials at the camp.
Incredible with a chainsaw.
I also figured out what tools I would need in the woods, what tools and materials I already have at my log cabin, as well as what critical parts can only be made at my home shop. Having reached the cabin and delivered the main tools.
Now, he kind of has an advantage over most people. He's already a homesteader, and his dad was a homesteader. So.
And perishable provisions, the first thing I did was prepare the lumber materials for the wheel. Boards milled from downed trees are especially damp and will warp.
And if you notice, even he wears chainsaw chaps. So as good as he is with a chainsaw, he knows the danger.
While drying, so it is better to start harvesting wood ahead of time. Initially, I decided that the water wheel's assembly parts would be as simple to manufacture as possible. This means that they should be short rectangular boards, not much longer than my chainsaw's guide bar. I've already used all of the good wind-throw lumber around the camp. However, I managed to quickly fill the cabin with short wood pieces transported on my homemade pack frame.
That's what's known as a bear door. You have to pull it out. You can't push it in. You have to pull it out to get in. And it's funny because somebody tried to rob his camp one time, and they broke the door and he's just like, the door wasn't even locked. All he had to do was pull it out open, but they couldn't figure it out. It was pretty funny. I felt bad for him getting robbed, but in turn, it shows how ignorant some people are, right?
One can easily carry a heavy load through difficult terrain using a pack frame. While the lumber was drying and warping inside the log cabin, I prepared 2 workbenches. One made from a falling pine has warped last year and had to be leveled this season, and the new workbench made from a log, which I named a topsy-turvy workbench. The flat workbench's countertop with bench dogs allowed not only to secure the workpiece, but also to quickly evaluate the workpiece's geometry. Now I am flattening the workpieces the second time, as when I finished jointing the last piece, the first ones dried and warped some more. They could be restraightened simply by wetting. After all, the wheel will be partially submerged in water, but I was afraid that the wet workpieces would not accept an oily finish well and mold, so I flattened the entire set of workpieces. I didn't perfect the board's surfaces with a smoother plane, but only rough shaped them to the needed size with a scrub plane.
Be careful with planes, they are crazy sharp. Easy work, but hell, yeah, that's why I don't understand why he doesn't use wheels. Because some of wheels are like, they're the answer to pretty much everything. They're so good. Something that rolls, so good. Might take you more time, but it's easier on your body. The wheels are just so amazing.
The plane's blade has a semicircular cutting edge for more aggressive material.
Oh, and one of the cool things about doing shavings and stuff is if you have a pelletizer, you can pelletize all your shavings and leftover wood and use that in your wood stove.
Removal. This is why a scrub plane leaves a smooth but wavy surface that can easily be smoothened with a regular plane. My thoughts were that the water wheel is not a fine woodworking, but rather a carpentry project, so the wavy wet surfaces would glimmer nicely in the sunlight. Also, they would give the water wheel the charm of a handmade product. In this footage, you are looking at the already
good
laid
kindling,
out,
but you can compress it too.
Countersunk workpieces.
So you can, like that's like one of the things, like, because modern construction, you gotta be careful with construction timber because it might be treated, but non-treated lumber can be shredded or chipped, and then they make a machine that turns it into pellets, and then you can have something what's known as a pellet stove. They're kind of like a jet stove, and they're auto feeding. I don't know if he talks about it, but it's like all that waste product that he has there, that could all be saved and turned into something.
Which means that I'm planing them for the 3rd time. However, this fine-tuning procedure is not about correcting a board's cupping or twisting. These particular workpieces turned out to be a bit thicker than the others and would create a noticeable discontinuity in the final assembly. So
he's doing a wheel, so what he's talking about here is you have to balance the weight of the wheel. So if you had a bunch of boards that were irregular or too thick on one side, it won't spin very well because the inertia is not there. So you want to make sure the boards basically, you want them to weigh as much as the board in front of it. And again, like I say, his wheel's really small, but this is my favorite project by him.
I planed the workpieces' faces
it's from 4 years ago
by securing them
6.4 million views.
However, jointing the workpieces' side and end grain surfaces would require a shooting board jig that I don't have. So I decided to use my topsy-turvy workbench that allows to secure a board vertically using DIY bench dogs and hold-down clamps. This time I used both a scrub and a smoother plane along with a tri-square to properly joint the board's edges. I like to work with wood using well-sharpened tools.
Everyone should be using well-sharpened tools when working with wood. It's safer. and it's yeah, exactly. The way you know you can see treated wood is you can see a pattern or you can see it's darker. But typically you just be careful, right? Like me milling pallet wood is always like a ooh dangerous, right? Because you never know what was put on it. So yeah, if you are recovering wood, just be careful and pay attention because the sawdust could be poisonous, the off gassing could be poisonous. You just gotta you try to get stuff that's not been treated whenever possible.
I like everything about it. The rustle of wood shavings, the smell of wood, the tactile sensations from touching a smooth, planed surface.
Yeah, plain
In this
stuff is
project,
beautiful.
I planed wood to my heart's content. I could barely keep up with the process of burning the shavings in my campfire.
There you go. See, he says he's burned the shavings in his campfire. So now I think he's gonna make the buckets. And then we're right into an ad. Right into an ad. Thanks, YouTube. AI powered isn't gonna cut that wood for you, just as a note.
Back home, I
Yeah, you gotta be careful with pallet wood because it could be heavily treated or lightly treated. Just be careful. That's all I can say. Because like you know me, I don't know if you know this or not, but here on the channel we do milling with the Snapmaker Artisan, and I have a couple projects I can show you guys if you want. But you just and it's scrap wood, so you got to be really careful. You got to be really careful with it. Yeah, and watch out for nails, especially with your saw, because your saw might cut the nail, but it may blow the teeth right off your saw. So what I do is I make sure I pull all the nails as best I can. We've hit a couple of them with the mill, but it wasn't a huge deal because we weren't going crazy fast. The Snapmaker under promises and over delivers for sure. Like just it is such a surprise the machine works so well.
made a trapezoid MDF template. Using it, I laid out the contours of the side pieces that form the wheel's rim, as well as the locations of the screws mounting holes. Note that I'm trying to use straight-grained hardwood and discard the sapwood, nuts, and other defects.
Heartwood is the center of the tree, so trees grow from the middle out. I know it seems weird, but they do. They grow, and that's known as the heartwood. And he's looking to go with the grain because he doesn't want to split under load, right?
Over the years, I began to consider sapwood as a defect in pine wood. Using an axe, you can predictably split a hardwood board to size with a small...
Oh yeah, he did a little video on his Mjolnir. Yeah, just with axes, remember you want your axe really sharp. It's double-headed axes. There's such a danger to you because with the second blade being so sharp, it is so dangerous. I don't recommend them. There's also things called splitting mauls, which again they're kind of really heavy. But why use a splitting maul when you use wedges? Wedges are just as easy. You just drive the wedges in with a hammer. It's easier than using a big old heavy splitting maul.
Small allowance without risk to mess it up.
A lot of this work could be done once, because he does chainsaw, so a lot of it could be done with a hatchet or tomahawk, just so you guys.
An untidy board's edge, after having been split by an axe, can be smoothed with the scrap plane in seconds. At this point, I had satisfied my hunger for manual wood planing and decided to switch to earthwork. There is a...
And before, like back in when there was a lot of cottage industry, that's how it would be. You'd work on a project, and then when you're bored of it or you're tired of it or it's making you sore, you go do something else and you come back to it the next day. Very common. It's just it's kind of gone by the wayside in modern.
Stream with a waterfall and a dam, but there is no room for a water wheel on the stream. The situation has to be addressed.
So here in British Columbia, you have to be very careful with this sort of thing. You'd actually end up making your own water reserve and position for your water wheel because a lot of the streams here in British Columbia are fish bearing. I know this is really small, but you have to be really careful. There's a lot of rules about it. So you end up digging a water reserve off to the side of the river, and then you use that through your water wheel and do it. So it's a little more control, but you have to be very careful because you don't want to mess with fisheries because we get salmon, right? Oh, and interesting, they just got rid of a dam here, and they started flooding the river again, and the fish came back. So that's pretty cool.
These years, I removed the debris from the dam side, or rather just sawed off and moved dry branches up and down the stream.
Yep.
Now it is a high time to complete the job, but first I need to scythe the meadow sweet.
This is how people used to cut down their lawns, cut down their grain with a scythe. It is a lot of work, but it is actually a lot easier. As long as that scythe is sharp, it is a lot easier than you think, because the way you use it is you're using a lot of weight. You're not actually using yourself. The scythe does most of the work for you.
Ticks and snags that hide in the tall grass, so it is important.
And he's worried about ticks, right? So you gotta make sure you get rid of ticks. Apparently ducks are really good. He doesn't live here all year, but ducks are really good for getting rid of ticks, apparently.
Important to be dressed properly for the job. As a bonus.
Yeah, apparently ducks are a very good, if you can get used to eating duck eggs instead of chicken eggs, they lay a lot of eggs. They're actually pretty quiet compared to chickens, and they're less aggressive because chickens are predators, right? You take a look at a chicken, it's a predator. Whereas ducks are, like, I guess just the way they're built, they're less predatory because, you know, they don't have as many claws and they don't have a sharp beak, right?
By scything the grass in the area, you can noticeably reduce the number of mosquitoes, gnats, and other insects that are hungry for your blood and flesh.
Blood and
flesh. A little further downstream, there is a 10-foot, 3-meter high waterfall where a large water wheel may fit well. It could be up to 26 feet, 8 meters in diameter.
See, that's a nice big wheel, 26. Yeah, well, yeah, you guys have, but they're really protective of waterways here. So yeah, like I just know that's a big deal because the salmon, we had a huge decline in the salmon, and ever since they've been doing rehabilitating the rivers and stuff, we've seen growth, which is really good. I think the Chinook this year was really good, like way more than they expected, which makes my heart happy, right? Because as much as I am an industrialist, I do love nature, and I think there's got to be some sort of balance between the two, right?
If a forward rotation design is used, or even close to 40 feet, 12 meters.
But now he's got some, you know, he's clearing his way down the river. Well, all these logs will end up in his fireplace. Yeah, I'll be interested if he ever decides to make paper, because there's enough here that he could make paper.
With a more popular reverse rotation design. Are you thinking what I am thinking?
Yeah.
My water wheel under construction is 10 times smaller, but the height difference.
So he said it could be a 40-foot wheel. He's doing a 4-foot wheel. Maybe he's hinting at maybe he's got plans for it. Like I said, I love water wheels. Yep, paper mills stink. The sulfur. There's a lot of sulfur in that. I can't remember if the sulfur is added or it comes out of the paper when it's boiled. I don't know. I actually thought about making paper here in the lab. I need a blender, and then I have to 3D print a bunch of stuff. But I definitely have thought about doing paper. Smells like farts. Yep, sulfur. Yeah, but these big logs, and you could drill these logs and grow mushrooms in them. There's a bunch of tricks to growing mushrooms in logs. Someone will have to go find it, but there's actually an Italian guy who lives in Britain, and he was like, he moved out to a farm, but originally he was growing a huge garden in his flat in England. It was really cool. So, I'm sorry, I know we're watching this video, but I don't like homesteading, but I like parts of homesteading. I don't know, it's weird.
Difference immediately behind the dam is still not enough for it. I don't want to build an aqueduct longer than 10 feet, 3 meters.
So he's talking about an aqueduct. That's the in-feed for his wheel, right? And what you would do here in British Columbia, because they don't want you messing with the streams, you build a water reserve and then use an aqueduct to feed your wheel, which would then feed back into the river. And hopefully the fish don't jump up your water wheel. I'm not. They have fish fences and stuff. It's a thing.
Meters, so I need to either build up a dam or deepen the bottom of the stream. It is more rational to move large boulders down the stream, while small stones can be thrown in any direction, but it is wiser to throw them closer to the dam. They will serve as good material for strengthening and building up the dam after all.
Right? So you heard that, where it's like, yeah, big rocks are good, but then you need to back them on to small rocks, right? And then those small rocks get covered in clay, which helps retain the water. And then you get like a water reserve, which you can then feed off of.
If you look closer at the dam, you will notice that it was made briskly as a temporary structure. 8 years ago, I simply moved some
8 years ago, and that was 12 years ago he started this project. I love it, man. I wonder what he does in his cabin other than chill out. Probably read books. I wonder if he brings TV. I wonder if he's got a TV.
branches and stones down the stream to create a small swimming pond. In subsequent years, I added more material to the dam, and now it would be good to fully rebuild it, but I was too lazy and decided to just strengthen it. Once again, I was glad that I had brought the trenching tools to the camp.
And his dam also acts like a big like a bridge for him to get over the river, which is cool. And like I don't know if you guys caught that or not, but this whole dam was built because on the other side it gives him somewhere to swim.
Digging gravel with a spade is not effective, but if you first remove large rocks with your hands, it works okay then. I understand that without a sealant, the stones that I put in the dam's base will not add airtightness to it, but I did not intend to do this in the first place. From this digging, I solved two problems. First of all, I removed the soil from the stream bed, thereby freeing up space for the water wheel. And secondly,
So what he's saying there is he's not rebuilding his dam, he's just kind of plugging it. But because all this byproduct is on the other side, which is normal, because the way water flows, it picks it up and then drops it, he now has got silt and light rocks and sand to help reinforce that dam. So I can't wait to see him build the big water wheel.
I reinforced the dam, which protects it from the destructive effects of spring floods. Standing barefoot in cold running water is pleasant and invigorating, but it is time to take a break from earthworks and return to woodworking.
There you go. So he got tired of digging, so now he's gonna go back to woodworking, and this is very common. Yeah. So yeah, it's really cool. But you can see he's dug it out. You know, he's backfilling, right? So and his plan was never to make it watertight, right? That was never his plan. He's happy with the water retaining he's getting, and he was saying how the spring floods come through and blow it all away anyway. So, unless he's really serious about it, he's always gonna have to do that, right? Now, is it a thing you have to do all the time? No, but question is there a lot of poison oak and ivy? That's the question. And then how do you get rid of that is the question.
I intend to make two products from this rotting trunk of falling pine at once. The first will be the wooden gutter to deliver water from the pond to the water wheel's blades, and the second product will be the water wheel's octagonal shaft. So after hanging the log on supports and securing it with a log dog, I roughly trimmed its ends while assessing which side of the log rotted more. Then I sawed off the rotted exterior wood, leaving me with not that much lumber. The second and the last
These crazy sandals
were laid out and sawed off much more carefully than the others. These cuts will affect the geometry of both the octagonal shaft and the integrity of the wooden gutter. However, the next cut is even more crucial because this is a partial cut. If it is not done just right, the gutter will leak and some water will miss the water wheel. Given that my stream's power isn't that great, I have to maximize the flow of water passing through the
I don't know if he's a friend of line. Why do you think that?
The depth of the cut with the tri-square. The last fourth cut is the most difficult because you have to cut a log in an unstable position. Therefore, I added two additional stops to the supporting pads. This is a partial cut too, and according to my calculations, it should connect to the third cut inside.
So what's cool now is you can get electric chainsaws, so he could run it off batteries. Oh, does he wear sandals? Yeah. Well, it is Vancouver. You could use an electric chainsaw, which he can use. He's using the gas one there, but I'm just saying, like, now because chainsaws are so much better and the electric motors are better, like, oh boy.
A wooden corner and a square beam. If you want to learn more about my freehand milling technique with a low-power chainsaw equipped with stock guide bar, I will refer you to my video, 2 Chainsaw Secrets Turning a Tree into Perfect Boards. There will be a link to it below. The chainsaw is not a precision tool, and fearing to make a through cut, I decided to complete the task with my DIY two-handed chisel. By the way, these are the same wedges that were used to raise the cabin's door header along with the whole roof. Having inserted
wedges are so cool. Like they're so awesome, and it's just a triangle. Yeah, that's why I brought him up. 23 is because this guy is really, really good. Like, unbelievably good, and I really enjoy his work. This is my favorite video by him, but there's lots of videos from him we can watch. He made boats. And again, like he's a homesteader, so I don't know how much industrial experience or anything like that he has. I don't really know his story, but I do enjoy watching his stuff, and he's well spoken and sweet little Leatherman, right?
With wedges into cuts from both ends, I managed to achieve the necessary internal tension in the workpiece. Then, by carefully lowering the chisel into the cut, I chopped up the residual wooden fibers, connecting the rectangular beam with the rest of the log, and they safely separated.
That was probably
The
cool, eh?
beam, which was cut entirely from the log's hardwood, turned out to be nice and straight, but I put it aside for the time being and began to work on the wooden gutter. I hoisted the workpiece onto the workbench made of a falling pine and secured it. The cylindrical outer surface of the gutter makes it difficult to secure. I did not like the surface left by the chainsaw and decided to finish it with a scrap plane.
Did he need to do that?
This
No.
vintage scrap plane is a present from a friend. Alex, thank you again. This is German quality at its best.
Yeah, it's not gross, right? It's not like I know it's ASMR, but it's not gross.
For smooth planed surfaces. A smooth wooden surface is safer, less.
So did you catch that? A smooth wooden surface is safer, less absorbent, and rot resistant because there's nowhere for things to get in there and start growing. They don't build up, and that's what you need. That's why you'll see a lot of the aqueducts. They're made out of concrete and they're very, very smooth because you don't want any moss build up. You don't, because that impedes the water flow, right?
Less absorbent and more rot resistant. What remains is to fine-tune the contact surfaces of both gutter workpieces and then connect them using a reliable but simple way. I decided to use screws, knowing that 99% of the water that gets into this gutter will flow from the dam to the water wheel, which is good enough for me. However, the reliability and durability of such a console mount is questionable, so I reinforced the structure with 2 wooden dowels.
See that? Calipers. Calipers are the answer to everything, I can tell you right now. Oh, you do find his voice a little off-putting? Oh, okay. I barely noticed him because I'm listening to what he's building.
Acting as spreaders. By that time, I had not yet built a bow lathe, as you might have seen in the previous video, so I had to size the dowels to the right diameter using a plane and a caliper. If you look closely, you will notice an extra pair of holes in the gutter. I missed the mark a little and the counter holes were not coaxial. As a result, I could not drive the dowel in. I had to plug the unusable holes and drill new ones. Even when the holes were drilled right, it was not possible to match the end of the dowel with the second mating hole with bare hands, so I used a lever for help.
So what he could have done, he's saying he's lifting up the dowel there. What he could have done is strapped the log first because it's gonna flay open over time. So and then as you put force on it, it causes it to flay. So what you do is you strap the ends or you put a clamp on the ends, and that'll keep it from moving.
The spreaders are installed. As a result, the cantilever structure was transformed into a closed one and gained rigidity. Perhaps it would be faster to cut 3 boards from this log.
He could have, yeah, like he's saying, oh well, I could have cut it and screwed it all together. He could have also cut the top, slotted the top, and then put wooden bars in, slotted wooden bars in. There's different ways to do it, right? Dowels are super common in woodworking though.
Log and assemble a simple rectangular gutter from them. But then additional time would have to be spent on sealing the joints and there would be no additional hardwood beam. Most importantly, the gutter would not have the same aesthetic appearance of an untreated log and it would fit worse into the dam's landscape. Back at the dam, I decided to take a break from working wood by doing more earthworks. Fortunately, you can actually relax from that switch because completely different muscle groups are involved in.
Yeah, like I said earlier, when you switch up, you work part of the day doing one thing, and then you switch to another thing. It actually it relaxes the muscles you were using, and then you know what I mean? Because it's when you work out at the gym, you don't do just the forward exercise, you do the backward exercise too, because you want uniform growth.
This activity. All the sand that I poured on top of the dam last year was washed downstream by the spring flood. Put large stones and
Yeah, and it helps you keep your sanity 100%. Because, you know, doing the same thing over and over again, that's what makes people crazy. So if you guys have a really repetitive job, I'm sorry. Um, what I used to do was very diverse, and we didn't do the same thing over and over again. There's a lot of changes, so, you know, I do like that diversity. I get bored very easily.
Self remained in place. The washed away sand is clearly visible
Oh, we should, yeah, we're going to go for break. We'll take break, and then we'll watch some more of this. I don't know why I'm running so long today. I'm just happy to have you guys here, I guess. So yeah, we're an hour overtime here, but that's okay. So I'm gonna take a break. I can get up, stretch, wander around. I recommend you get up, stretch, have some water, do your thing. I will ask, could you like and comment on the video as we go, if you can comment. I'm not sure if you can. But yeah, let's do that. We're just trying out the YouTubes. So yeah, I'll be back soon. But I love you all very much. Thank you for tuning in. And maybe we'll design some more. I don't know. We're working on stuff. I don't know. I make stuff. All right, everybody. I'm going to enjoy the break, and so should you. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. We're going to try something here. Now, I got to be careful what I drink, right? Because, like, I'm allergic to a bunch of stuff. But, so I have this, like, black cherry stuff from Western Family. You guys can probably get this stuff wherever you are. It's sparkling water. Now, I don't know how I feel about sparkling water to start with. Carbonated water. It seems kind of silly. Water is just water. I drink a lot of water myself. You should drink some water, too. If you haven't had any water today, go drink some water. It's good for you. We're going to try this. I don't know how good it is. So I know it smells. It's supposed to taste like black cherry and vanilla. So I don't know what black cherries are compared to red cherries. Maybe that's just a thing. It's got a good pop to it, though, so it's got some sizzle. Give it a little whiff. Doesn't smell like much. And it don't taste like much either. Tastes like that stuff you put in tarpon or whatever. I don't know. Whatever. But better than energy drinks, I guess. So, skol to the tribe. Love you all. Thank you for tuning in our long stream today. We've designed models today. We've watched videos. We're just jumping back and forth, just like the guy we're about to watch. I can give you the link to the video if you want to see it yourself. If you don't want to see it yourself and you're happy to watch with me, I would love that too. So there's the video there. And I think we're just going to get back into it because it's fun to watch. Like good woodworking, bad woodworking, good metalwork, bad metalwork. It's always kind of fun, and you kind of learn by doing it. I know for a fact that like with woodworking, you want super sharp tools. Like super. You always want to be able to sharpen your tools. I know that. I know you always want to you hone them. You don't necessarily sharpen them all the time. You hone them as they get a little dull. You hone them. You don't want to take that edge off. Not like with steelwork and chisels and stuff. They're generally pretty dull. You can put a point on them, but what happens is if you get too fine of a point, it just when you start banging on it, it just folds right over. So, but yeah, let's get back into it. I don't know how long the stream's gonna run today. I don't know. We're having fun. If you guys have other things, you can always post to the Discord. We can take a look at that. I did see some stuff on the Discord that was pretty cool. Nothing too exciting. And yeah, I did see that Borderlands mask. I did see that. It is on printables. So I don't know if you guys want me to do one of these masks. We could, but not a huge requirement. Yep, no need. Yep, no need for a sharp. When you're cutting wood, you don't want to struggle with it. You just want it to be easy peasy. That's why when you typically cut across you don't cut across the grain, you cut with the grain, do all kinds of stuff. There's a bunch of different tricks in versus metalworking that you would do in woodworking. So watching, you can see what I'm watching perfect.
It's the background of blackened stones in the stream bed. Traditionally, a roughly put together log frame filled with rocks becomes reliable goddess.
Oh, and one of the things I like, if I like sawzalls. I'm a sawzall guy. I do like chainsaws, but I think sawzalls can do a lot of the work depending on the blade. Can do a lot of work a chainsaw can do. And now with electric chainsaws, it's pretty cool too, right? So again, this guy's off grid. I don't know what he's got for tools and stuff. It doesn't matter. But he's a wizard, and he always says use a low power chainsaw, because then you work with it, right? If anything is sharp point, it only slows someone down. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, make sure you hone and sharpen your chisels. Take care of your tools. Is like it doesn't matter what trade, doesn't matter who you are. Always take good care of your woodworking or your metalworking, your tools. Just take good care of your tools. It's not okay, right? Sawzalls can be ready for a lot of shakes. Yes, depending on what blade you're using and what you're trying to do. Remember, let the blade do the work for you. That's like one of the things that I always have to teach my apprentices is like even when using a grinder, they always want to jam the grinder. No, let it cut, let it do its thing. Oh, and those new diamond cutting blades. Oh, those are. There's some that come with lifetime warranties for cutting metal. I think that's pretty cool. Cutting aluminum is significantly different than cutting steel or hardened steel for that matter. The type of water is very mixed. Some are better than others, but none of them are. Yeah, they just if you're used to sugar, you know, no calorie stuff is always going to be a little, but yeah. So, oh, and he has a tool. I forget the name of it, but there's a tool he specifically uses for making these ends, these doweled ends. He uses on a drill. So, yeah, just remember, kid, take care of your tools. Make sure they're sharp, and make sure that they got no nicks in them. Because if you have a nick in your woodworking tool, it's gonna hang up on everything. It just does. So. And same with steelwork actually. If your wedges or your chisels are all banged up, yeah. That's right. Let the tool do the work. The person there should be just to guide the tool or the material that's in. That's right. And remember, make sure your material is solid, because any vibration that can transfer into the object will work against you. So if you can, just tie it down, do what you got to do. Ratchet straps, if you guys don't know, ratchet straps are a really good tool. They're not the best because they do break and they're kind of fidgety at times, but ratchet straps, whether you're doing steel work or woodworking, ratchet straps are your friends. What's a big one? The notching? Yeah, you got it, or the ratchet straps. Anyway, just keep chatting there, and I'll catch up with you.
That will not be washed away by a
Oh yeah, and axes. Make sure your axes, hatchets, axes, all kinds of cutting tools with a blade like that it's weighted, sharpen it. Yeah, sharpen it. You want it nice and sharp. Yeah, make sure it's sturdy. Yeah, absolutely. That is like if you're wondering, oh, why am I working so hard at this? You're just not. You're transferring too much energy into vibration, and you're just not getting what you need. Yeah, and you don't want the material to run away from you. Yeah, absolutely.
But for my project's scale.
Yeah, there it is there. See, this is a hammer drill. It may not be a hammer drill, but you can see he's got a bar on it to hold the tool. Because if you can use two hands on it, use two hands on it. You weigh enough, right? Whether you're a 100-pound person or a 300-pound person, make sure like work with the tool, don't work against the tool. So, and you can see here he's got I don't know what these are called, but I think they're called pinch clamps. And what they do is you create a pinch point with them, and then you drive them into whatever object you're working. That's the nice thing with woodworking.
I could do with 2 short logs that I shaped to fit the rocky bottom for extra stability. These logs are so long for the reason that they will support both the wooden gutter and the water wheel itself. And for greater stability, it would be good to reinforce these 2 logs with perpendicular member. Using tenon cutter attachment, I milled the round tenons.
Tenon cutter. Tenon cutter attachment is what that's called. Tenons. Yeah. Sure we get that name right?
Drilled the mortises for them with a Forstner bit.
And then it uses a Forstner bit, the same size as the tenon, so you can drive the two together. That's old school woodworking 101. Nowadays, screws and everything, but if you can avoid screws because they're expensive and they rust, use what you got, for sure.
The joints ended up having an extra tight fit, and it took a little of my mallet's persuasion to fully put the H-shaped structure.
So he's saying it's a little tight and it needed a hammer. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. That way because remember, wood changes when it gets wet and stuff. It shifts. You want that nice kind of like interference fit to drive it into place for sure.
Together, it turned out to be very strong. I'm quite satisfied.
Hello again, Snapmaker. How you doing, my friend?
Now we can install the...
See, and that's just a mallet. It's not a hammer, it's a mallet. And what the difference is, I assume mallets are made out of wood, but I don't know, so don't quote me on that. But it's basically just a log on a stick.
Wooden gutter, resting it with one end on the dam and with the other on the H-shaped support. This fitting task proved that it was time for a meal and contemplation on how
that you won though, Snap. I know, right? And that machine's really cool because that's 2 companies. That's Xtool and Snapmaker working together to make the Snapmaker U1. And so far the reviews are really good. Now, granted, everybody who got the model, the only thing they're kind of like, the firmware's a little weird and stuff. But that's all what happens when you get first run tools. It all gets better on the second run, for sure.
to seamlessly made the dam and the gutter together. After lunch, I went for a short swim that cheered me up, then changed my clothes and...
Did you catch that? So he took a break. He took his lunch, and then he went for a little dip. A little dip, make life a little easier for himself. Take care of yourselves, guys, whether you're working or not. Because that fatigue, once it gets to you, that's when you stop. Sharp stuff and fatigue do not go together. They are not friends. Just like drinking and sharp stuff, not a good idea. So just take care of yourselves.
Decided to warm up with the scrub plane in my hands.
And he said that I talked over him there, but he got a little cold when swimming, so he changed his clothes, and then he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna do some manual labor to warm up."
I couldn't wait to start assembling the wheel, and to do that, I had to prepare a full set of.
Yeah, absolutely. Changing what you do throughout the day always keeps you want to keep your mind active, right? That's the key to I think that's the key to a healthy life. Keep your mind as active as you can, and work your way through it, but get her done, make it work. I know none of the things work over here on YouTube, but make it work. Just do your best, right? Ain't nothing ever gonna be perfect.
It would seem like a simple task to make a set of identical short boards, which it would be if I had one long jointed board of uniform thickness. But when you have a bunch of short pieces of different dimensions, it takes time.
Yep,
it
absolutely.
It's also less convenient to immobilize and handle short boards than a long one. I planed the secured short pieces on my topsy-turvy workbench.
See how he's clamping everything down? Because he doesn't want any of that vibration, any of that movement, because you're working against that. It's wasted energy. Don't do that. You can see he did screw in a keeper here, and then he used his topsy-turvy with the dowels he had made, and they're just kind of like wedges. But what they do is they keep everything nice and tight as he can, right? He's working in the woods, so.
Which made me glad I took the time to make it. At the end of the day, I laid out the mounting holes. When drilling the holes, a countersink with a stop ring helped me. Now I have all of the holes countersunk to prevent the screw caps from protruding beyond the dimensions of the water wheel. The next day, it cleared up again, and I happily returned to carpentry work. Fortunately, the workplace was prepared yesterday, and there is no need to be...
Yeah, one of the things that I was bad for when I was an apprentice was I always thought, oh, if you work yourself to death, they'll pay attention. They won't. Take your breaks, drink your water, eat your food, relax, because you got a lot of work ahead of you, and the work never ends. There's always work tomorrow, so. Because remember, work should not be everything that is life. Now, you can draw a lot of... like me, for example, I draw a lot of my pride from what I used to do. But in turn, you got to take care of yourself because remember, you're going to get old.
Distracted by its organization. I had to reject and replace a couple of yesterday's short work pieces. Then I finished the long work pieces. I also made 4 wooden wheel spokes. This is a board with 2 rectangular cutouts on the screen. Lastly, I marked the pieces before applying finish on them. Now that the complete set of parts for the water wheel ring assembly is ready and is drying up in the shade, I needed to prepare a large and flat assembly table, as my narrow workbenches wouldn't work.
So he keeps his stuff in his cabin to keep it dry, because it's going to warp, right? It's wood. It's fresh cut wood. It's going to warp. But you can, when you dry it in where you're staying, you can then fix it up, right? Because like he talks about the scrub plane all the time. You can fix it up when it gets a little woo, so you just get in there and clean it up. It's yeah, he's got quite the setup, I'd say.
The final assembly is...
We'll have to show him building the cabin one day.
It may not be possible to assemble a water wheel of my design unless the work surface is fairly flat. I assembled temporary structure from 2 massive sawhorses and 3 black alder slabs, which I milled last year. Looking back, I know it would be better to flatten the slabs, but I was trying to save time. At least I have aligned the working surfaces of the sawhorse.
So he's talking there where he's making an improvised table. He's saying he should have milled these. He should have planed down these alder slabs to try and get a nice even work surface. Working on flat stuff really helps, especially when you're welding.
Horses in one plane. I did not want to flatten the slabs now, because I have big plans for them. I'm going to use them to make a bed for the cabin.
So he's going to take these alder slabs, and that's the reason why he's not fiddling with them. He's making a bed out of them. So he'll fiddle with him when he's ready, right? He doesn't want to mill him down. He doesn't want to do too much to him. He wants to keep him because he's got plans for him. Which is, like I said, I love how he'll talk about something and then he'll make a video about it down the line. Like his beehives are so cool. He's got a bunch of different ideas on how to do beehives, including in-ground beehives. Yeah, it's really cool. And he has a way of not disturbing the bees while pulling the honey out, which I think is really good because, you're always trying to make that balance between nature and industrialism, right?
The 2-inch thick black order slabs need to finish the drying process for another year or so while I'm deciding on the bed's final design.
Now, there's
among
really no
other
taste to that.
things. The sun came out, which means it is time to apply a protective finish to the water wheel's parts. I first applied a layer of oil-based antiseptic and waited until the...
So oil-based, so it doesn't wash off, an antiseptic to kill any live bacteria, right? It's a good idea because it stops it from rotting. And that way he doesn't have to rebuild the wheel all the time. And if he keeps the 2 wheels running, which we've talked about before, he's got a small wheel and then he plans a big wheel, big 40-foot wheel down the line, which is really cool. I can't wait to see what he does with that.
Antiseptic was absorbed into the wood. It was warm outside and the wait took no more than an hour. And then I applied an oil wax mix, which...
Oil wax mix. There's a bunch of different ways. You can actually do it with some oil and some beeswax. Yeah, that's a seal used in blacksmithing. I forget what it is, but it's an oil and wax thing, and they use beeswax.
Dried up only the next day. The wax is almost colorless and did not noticeably change the color of the pine wood, which remained light yellow. Now the wood will be protected from fungus and rotting. In winter, the wheel will be stored under a roof, but...
He's going to build a house for the wheel, which is, I always... Put your stuff under a house. Sit in the car out in the driveway and stuff. If you can put it under a house, be it a tarp or a tent, for some reason, it makes it that much easier on stuff. I'll be honest with you.
In summertime, it is open to all winds and rains. After 2 summers of use, the water wheel has not dried out and still looks almost...
So this video is 2 years old when he's talking about this. The water wheel, he stored it, took good care of it, and there's no problems with it yet. That's really cool.
It's new. I'm happy with the finish. The most awaited moment of this adventure has come. The moment of assembly. Are you excited?
I am.
know I am. As you know, proof of concept is a realization of an idea in order to demonstrate its feasibility.
That's what I'm always talking about. When you design something, you're doing a proof of concept first and then fine-tuning it. I know that's not a thing, like everybody wants it to be perfect the first try. It's just not going to happen. I don't mean to be negative. I know from personal experience, you can have a plan, but plans always go to crap, so you got to plan for a plan, if you know what I'm saying.
I've not seen such a water wheel design anywhere, and I'm not entirely sure it will work as intended. The conceptual design and the actual assembly brought to life are 2 different worlds.
So you'd have to cut these different to dowel them, but you could dowel a water wheel. I've seen it.
It can happen that the designed parts may not even assemble into a wheel. During any complex structure assembly, some errors are almost inevitable, especially when you're manually assembling a structure in the woods while being distracted by mosquitoes.
So what in other words, it ain't going to be perfect, so just keep going.
Assembling multiple handmade parts into a single closed symmetric structure, errors will inevitably accumulate, and I used the life-size drawing in order to verify the product against it. This way I could...
This is very common in steelwork, is you'll draw it out on cardboard and then make it, because cutting steel is a pain in the butt.
Detect the accumulated error in time, make an adjustment, and get a chance to fix the matter. For example, while fitting only 6 parts together, it is easy to see that accumulated error exceeds 7 millimeters, which means that the complete sidewall with a total error of 14 millimeters will not fit on the already assembled closed ring.
What he's saying there is, and that's why you use a datum line, it's a singular line that you do all your measurements to. He's got a pattern there he's using, but basically what he's going to have to do is shim some of these parts because it's not fitting the way it is, and he's got 14 mil variant at the end, so that means that the drum will be 14 mil oversized, which is not correct.
This is unacceptable. As a result, I had to disassemble it, correct the layout, and reassemble again using the new layout. Such procedure had to be done several times. By evening, I got the hang of it and assembled a 6-segment half ring in just 5 minutes. As practice.
So that's there you go, right? It's all in the planning. The end work is fast, but the planning takes bloody forever, which is true, which is one of the biggest things.
Has shown, it is not advisable to sequentially assemble more than 6 segments at a time, as it is much more convenient to close the ring structure by connecting 2.
Yeah, when I first saw him doing this, I was like, oh, why are you doing it all together? You do it in chunks because then you can make up any errors between the two chunks. So it's a 12-part wheel, and he did 6 and 6 instead of just 12, because it will grow. The errors grow every time, right?
Halves that were fit to size. The design solution, when each water wheel's blade is connected to 2 adjacent ones, forming a closed, almost cylindrical surface, is both functional and elegant. The downside is it requires precision in execution.
This is often why you will mark parts, just so you know.
When all 12 segments assembled into a single structure matched the drawing, I gained confidence that everything will work out. So
Absolutely. The weight will distort the shape, and the wood warping or changing shape will absolutely.
Far, the structure is not rigid. However, adding more work pieces will dramatically increase its strength.
Right, because it's delicate when it's delicate when it's like that, but once you start putting the sides on it, it gets more rigid, it gets more locked into place.
Please note that each part is connected to 3 adjacent ones at 2 attachment points. This ensures the rigidity of the attachment, saves materials, and minimizes installation operations. Each blade is connected to 6 trapezoidal segments with 14 screws, 2 screws per segment. There is not a single loose hinge in the design. At the moment, each blade is connected to the adjacent one by only 1 screw, allowing for more final tuning. But once one side made of the trapezoidal segments is fully mounted, it is time to secure and align the blades in one plane by installing the remaining screws into the blades. As you may have guessed, using these nails, I properly oriented the most stubborn blades and forced them to take a symmetrical position along the outer radius of the.
So that's why you end up clamping it, because steel warps, so you clamp it in place, put all your tacks in, which is what he's done here, and then you go from there. Yeah, you couldn't buy this at a big box. No, and they wouldn't make them out of wood, they'd make them out of aluminum, right?
Wheel before
and then you'd have to drag it in.
Screws. It is gratifying to see that the most important part of this project resulted in success. It will be much easier to assemble the second rim. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief and take a break from driving screws by switching to another task. But for now, I'd better protect the water wheel from rain inside my log cabin. So I equipped myself with a chainsaw for my new task. I need an octagonal shaft, and only yesterday, when building a wooden gutter, I milled a blank for it. This is a 4-sided hardwood core from.
So that's the core out of the gutter. That's why it was so important to him to cut that gutter the way he did, is because he ended up using the heartwood, which is what this is. He's going to use this as the shaft. It's an octagonal, so 8-sided shaft for the inside of the water wheel, which has 12 sides.
From a log. I have already trimmed it in such a way that the beam would have a square cross section. That is,
Yeah, having Amish. Let's see. I've never met anyone Amish, but man, can they build? They can build wooden structures, be it barn, house, or outhouse, whatever you want. I've seen it on the news. I've seen it on YouTube. They just fly at her. Yeah, they're quite the woodworkers.
I tried to make all 4
It's a
sides
stereotype, of
equal
course.
and all 4 angles to be right. Then I laid out the beam. Now the number of beam's edges must be doubled, which means they just need to be sawed off.
Oh,
For the convenience
octagonal's
of
8,
work,
not
the
6.
beam needs
Yeah,
to be
I said that,
secured
didn't I?
horizontally on its edge. To do that, I turned my workbench upside down. It was named a topsy-turvy workbench after all. Then I secured the workpiece on it in such a way that the cutting plane was vertically oriented. A year
Right?
later,
Work harder, not smarter. No, work smarter, not harder, sorry. So what he did was he flipped his work table upside down, which is why it's called a topsy-turvy, and then he set it up so he knew that he could cut down instead of at a weird angle, so he knew he could keep that as true as he could, right?
Later, I made an extra long guide bar for a chainsaw. Using it makes it easy to make long, straight cuts. But I did not have this bar at that point, so I used the same freehand milling technique to produce a straight edge that I already mentioned earlier. When the two side edges are removed, it is necessary to turn the log 90 degrees, secure it again, and saw off another one. Once done, I proceeded with doing my favorite activity, which is planing the top edge while it is conveniently facing up. And then I sawed off the last edge, turned the log with the non-planed edge up, and planed it to size. Such procedure needs to be repeated 2 more times. As you can see, the matter is not tricky, but I did not have the opportunity to use this shaft for my water wheel. I messed up the shaft's dimensions, and it will not fit the pulley without installing a bushing.
Oh no! So he ends up doing all this work? Not useful. Would an octagonal beam be useful for something else? Absolutely.
So I had to put this shaft aside for my watermill's gearbox project. The next day I had to walk a decent distance to another wind-blown log and mill a larger shaft out of it. For the convenience of work, right on the spot, I decided to make primitive sawhorses. To do this, I hammered 6 spruce stakes into a tree laying on the ground. Of course, I pre-drilled 2-inch 52mm holes for them. The dry spruce stakes hammered into such holes are held firmly, much more reliably than if I simply hammered these stakes directly into the ground. Perhaps you will say that such sawhorses are too low and it is not convenient to plane while standing on your knee, and I would partially agree with you. However, the same planing activity in a new position brings variety. Note how easily and quickly I can change the edge of the octagonal workpiece on these sawhorses. I should say, it was quite convenient for me to plane the shaft leaning on my knee. The Japanese woodworkers, for example, use their hand planes while sitting. In addition, their planes don't even have handles, and they plane by pulling the tool towards themselves, rather than pushing it away. Some people say you get a better tool control this way. Actually, the choice of such sawhorse's height was motivated by the fact that I planned to work the shaft with a chisel, securing it with my weight. I used the chisel of the same width as the wooden spoke. I need to make 4 long mortises for 4 wooden spokes. As you understand, this task will take a long time. Fortunately, this work is not tiring, but rather pleasant.
You know, with electric, you do that with a router. Well, he's doing it all by hand, because he doesn't have a lot of power tools. So, and he was just saying how, yeah, it might take a long time, but it's very rewarding to do it. There is something nice about woodworking, for sure.
And even meditative. When you do such a primitive mechanical work, you can meditate about anything. I was thinking about the question of how to organize the wooden gutter dam junction. An experienced woodworker must have noticed that I'm not an expert in using a chisel, so I will not comment my actions. In the meantime, take a moment to rest from my voice. I'm sure I have tired you by now.
I don't know what he means by some people are better with chisels than him. I don't know what that means, but... Yeah, drilling it out will save you time, just so you know. That's like a common thing. You do it in steelwork as well.
Okay, I hope you had enough time to take a break from my commentary. Working pre-drilled grooves is faster, but the work loses its meditativeness. Between the 3rd and 4th mortises, I walked...
Every time you speed up work, it does something. Yeah, go ahead, throw it on the Discord, I'll bring it up. I'm sure not everyone's super into this, but I find this very interesting personally.
the dam and measured the exact center-to-center shaft supports distance. It turned out that this octagonal workpiece has a fair amount of extra length and there is no reason to drag it to the camp, so I sewed it down to size. The shaft should be protected with the same oil wax mix since it also needs to live under the elements. As long as the weather is good, the wheel assembly can continue outside. I will say a couple of general words about the water wheel's design. It is easy to see that the wheel is assembled from only two kinds of workpieces, connected with overlap joints. A total of 12 rectangular and 24 trapezoidal workpieces make up the wheel. That is connected to the octagonal shaft by 4 rectangular wooden spokes. As far as the water wheel's size, I wanted to build the most efficient water wheel I could lift and move at least 60 feet 20 meters, which is the distance from the dam to my log cabin. I forgot to mention, I pre-drilled all of the holes to prevent splitting. As a result, after 2 seasons of use, not a single water wheel's part cracked.
Always, I know it doesn't seem like it, but always pre-drill your holes. When you're putting screws into wood, it is the key.
I think this is a testament to the design's viability. I didn't additionally seal the cone-shaped water scoops, even though water will inevitably leak through the gaps. However, this will not have any effect on the productivity of the wheel. Well, the hardest part of the project, the wooden wheel, is finished. Now it is necessary to ensure that the wheel can properly rotate around its axis and transfer this rotation to the shaft, for which it is necessary to connect the shaft to the wheel with wooden spokes. Fortunately, all the parts are in stock. So I laid out and cut the spokes mortises on both the shaft and the wheel's inner surface. There is a Russian proverb, originally referring to carpentry: measure 7 times, cut once.
Yep.
Therefore, I fitted the parts together many times before assembly. The first fitting showed that the spokes should be secured to the shaft first. The second fitting of the shaft with the secured spokes made it possible to do the precise layout and fine-tuning. This is an important step, as the amount of the wheel's radial runout depends on it. The shaft and the wheel are not perfectly concentric, so in order to compensate for this manufacturing error, there will be 4 custom-made spokes of slightly different length. Now the wooden spokes are shortened, each to its own size to fit its own mortise. In other words, they are not interchangeable. Note, there are planks to the left of the wheel, next to the mallet. I plan to use them as fasteners to screw the spokes to the inner surface of the wheel. Oddly enough, they were not used. The 4-spoke shaft installed so tightly inside the wheel that I decided not to add additional fasteners now, but to install them later when the wheel is dry or it gets loose.
Yep, which is a good idea.
Worked for 2 seasons and neither dried out nor it got loose, so the fasteners never ended up getting installed.
Talking about adding dogs to it so that...
of the wheel into the flywheel.
But if you know the direction of rotation, you put the dogs on the opposite side. You may not even have to screw the dogs to the spokes. The dogs might just work as catch-ups. So like if it starts to twist a little bit, it'll catch on the dog instead.
Wheel of an inertial lathe and then into a sharpening wheel. I disassembled and reassembled this shaft spoke joinery and was quite surprised at the absence of any loose joints. There should have been some play here, as the whole assembly fully dried out, but there is none. I'm at a loss to the reasons for this phenomenon. Even assembled with the massive shaft, the wheel can be lifted and carried by one person. This works well to one of the main objectives. After trying on the wheel on the spot, I could finally decide on the design of its supports, as well as about the way of organizing the intersection of the wheel to the gutter and the gutter to the dam. This requires wooden blocks, but this time I used up all of my high-quality pine that was wind-blown near the camp, so I used whatever materials that were left around. This log's sapwood is rotted, but its oily hardwood is still intact and suitable for use. Directly from this block, I need to mill 3 thick slabs or beams. As you can see, I did not use any preliminary layout, as the dimensions are not that important, as long as their two faces are parallel to each other and perpendicular to the third one. The fourth face may remain as is. Having casually planed this semi-beam, I put it aside and made another one.
So remember, the planing is not, it's there for quality, it stops it from rotting. But do we want to take a break from this and check out the video that's posted, or do you guys want to wait and watch after break? Because break's in another, what, 10, 15 minutes? So.
And shape is even less important. Therefore, I used a piece of a falling aspen. I just needed to add this wood piece to the dam. The material of the product can be neglected. So I sawed off 3 exterior slabs from the log section and fitted this semi-beam to the dam. There are 3 perpendicular logs that reinforce the top of the dam. I used one of them to attach a cantilever structure to create a hermetic seal that will ensure waterproofing of the gutter junction. I used 3 Rowan dowels to secure the structure. For this, I drilled 3 diagonal holes in the dam's log right through the aspen beam, and then I simply hammered the extra large dowels in, reinforcing the structure.
Producing an
now
interference fit.
To create a secure watertight attachment of the gutter to the supporting structure. The rounded outer surface of the gutter does not make the task easy. I made a concave groove in the aspen block so that the gutter's bottom is flush with the bottom of the water channel, so there is no water flow under the gutter. To do it, I used an axe, a chainsaw, a two-handed chisel, a mallet, and some ingenuity. Okay, both goals are achieved. Now it is necessary to make the water channel's sidewalls. The easiest way would be to make them from dirt and sod, but I often use the dam as a bridge, and such dirt walls would not hold up for long. This is why I used wooden blocks I could safely step on. Perhaps you remember how I made a wooden ladder to the dam's pond many years ago. I found the rest of that wind-blown aspen, sawed off a segment of wood from it, slightly longer than the width of the dam, milled a beam from the block, and sawed it into 2 pieces that will become the sidewalls. Now they need to be attached in such a way that they would form a watertight channel along the gutter's walls over the dam. To do this, it was necessary to trim the beam's ends at the same angle as the gutter's ends. In addition, it was necessary to trim the sod and align the top edges of the dam's logs. At this stage, everything became clear with the gutter installation. It remains to secure the short blocks with dowels and to build up the dam for managing the water flow, which means I can switch gears for now and return to the assembly of the water wheel. Now I can try on the wheel on its supports and decide how to mount it on the pivot axle. Wait a minute, there is no pivot yet, so the wheel should roll back to the workshop. Disassembling the water wheel by separating the octagonal shaft from the wheel turned out to be more difficult than assembling it.
Yeah, a little tight.
I had to hoist the wheel on the improvised supporting crutches.
And he's gonna push it
I
out.
simply could not press the shaft out while the wheel rested on the ground. The shaft had to be carried to my most massive workbench that will need to work as a lathe. The fact is that I need to install pivot pins at each shaft's end, and these metal pins must be coaxial so that they don't have axial nor radial runout. Also, because the wheel assembly will rotate on them, they must be located strictly in the center of the water wheel. I don't know how to achieve all of these engineering goals in the bush without using a lathe, so it's necessary to build a simple lathe, or at least its substitute. A workbench made from a falling pine will serve as a foundation for the lathe. So the bed is already there, and now the first step is to make a headstock. This year there will be no spindle in the headstock, but only a primitive wooden chuck to hold a spiral drill bit and then a pivot pin.
Yeah, that cobbler's blade is strange, but I like it.
The octagonal shaft clamped between a head and a tailstock could not rotate freely. As you can see, my wooden chuck consists of 3 holes in the log. One is for a drill bit, and the other 2 are for adjusting wedges. By choosing the side where to hammer the wedge, you can adjust the location of the drill in the horizontal plane. If necessary, you can also make a horizontal hole, and then it will be possible to adjust the position of the bit in the vertical plane. However, I did not find an error in the drill's bit's vertical position and will skip that step. I understand.
He's trying to get it true, right? He's trying to get it true and plumb, so it's like it has to be true in the vertical plane and plumb in the vertical plane, or in the true in the horizontal plane and plumb in the vertical plane. He's trying to find dead center, right? He's trying to make a pivot point so he can mill down the end of it.
I didn't make a more advanced Calais chuck due to lack of time. I really wanted to get to grinding flour and baking bread from it before the end of the vacation.
He's like, I wanted to make some food.
So there's the headstock with the chuck. Now we need the tailstock.
But what he could have done is he can, like, typically with that stuff, you mark center. So you take a ruler and you mark center. You measure the distance between all the points and you mark center, and that's where you do it. He didn't do that, but that's what you would do.
Behind me, there is a wind-blown log, and I can mill 2 blocks of wood, one of which will be the tailstock. For the convenience of attaching the tailstock to the lathe's bed and the rear spindle to the tailstock, it would be good to mill a groove in this block. Using a chainsaw, this can be done quickly, and the fact that the result is untidy is not important, because this is a single-use part and will do its job well as is. In the tailstock, I need to organize a seat for the octagonal shaft's rotation axis. Even though the shaft is heavy, it doesn't experience lateral loads during rotation, so I did not drill a hole but made a V-shaped cut for this axis.
Yeah, just let it roll in a pocket.
I used a large Forstner bit to give rotation to the shaft with a drill. To do that, I hammered the drill bit in the center of the shaft and, being unable to clamp the workpiece between the headstock and the tailstock, secured the shaft on the drill bit using perforated tape and screws. So the Forstner drill bit became an impromptu tailstock's life center.
Raised stairs, a steel fabrication.
I don't know what this commercial is about. I don't care. Everybody's pushing AI to sort of make work easier and stuff, but I know that's the big push right now.
Guided the shaft with one end on the spiral drill bit and clamping the Forstner's bit's shank in the screwdriver's chuck.
This ends up making it makes a live center for him.
Started drilling. Perhaps someone will ask, why all these complexities? The fact is that when you rotate the shaft around its axis and drill the workpiece with the stationary drill bit, the hole will be drilled strictly along the axis of rotation. If the axis of rotation of the shaft is located strictly in the center of the shaft, both pivot pins inserted from the shaft's ends will be centered and concentric, preventing the wheel's radial and axial runouts. If you know another, simpler or more reliable way, please share it with me below.
That's pretty much how you do it. You're just trying to find center, and then you're trying to be able to put a pin in it,
to do that,
so you can rotate it.
Pulley on the shaft, which I brought from home, and completed the drilling by rotating the shaft directly with my hands. Either way works, but the first one is more fun. At first glance, the result is not bad, but now we need to check everything. First, I hammered the pivot pins into the shaft's ends using a homemade aluminum mallet without fear of leaving a nick or otherwise damaging the workpiece. Then I pressed the spoke shaft back into the water wheel. It was much easier to do this the second time. And finally, I checked for the axial and radial runouts of the entire assembly.
Trying to see if it walks or moves up and down.
Be happy. Both axial and radial runout measurements are within the desired tolerances. This is my first water wheel. I'll make the next one better. The only thing I improved was drilling the shaft's holes deeper and reinstalling the pivot pins to reduce the shaft's overhang. During these days, the wheel must have dried up, and it is getting easier and easier to carry it from the dam to the
less water, and it makes it easier, right?
Or maybe I'm just imagining it. Perhaps
could be getting stronger.
I've just gotten used to this activity.
Yep.
Well, the wheel is back at its regular place, and it is time to return to organization of the water flow. The wooden side walls have to be secured. I drilled 2 holes in each wooden wall, 2 counter holes in the dam, and joined the parts with Roman dowels. Note, I made 2 vertical grooves inside the side walls to accept a wooden gate that will regulate the water flow, turning the water wheel on and off.
If he had some pine tar, so pine tar is when you cook down pine and it oozes out all the pine tar. They would use pine tar to seal all this. I don't think he has pine tar, but that's what they would do. So like you'd pour the pine tar in this gap here, and you glue a piece of wood to it using the pine tar, and then that would give you less leakage.
To follow the plot, where I do not complete one task, move to another one, and then, without completing the second, return to the first. But this is a true story, and the only way to partially reveal my planning method. I believe that the work should not be tiring, and the best rest is a change of activity.
Oh yeah,
So
like
tired,
cooking pine tar is hard, because pine tar is an excellent
fishing,
fire
cooking,
starter.
or washing dishes. Work should be harmless and enjoyable, and often hard work will do more harm than good. Although, occasionally, in a fit of enthusiasm, it is permissible to perform feats of labor, but only in moderation.
Did you hear what he said? He's basically saying the same thing I said. Yeah, you can work hard, but don't do it all the time, because you got to take care of yourself. And if you do work really hard, you end up wearing yourself out, and then you won't be able to do much the next day. So he was saying that he does dishes, he goes for a swim, he takes care of his clothes. So that's like one of those things you gotta pay attention.
At this point, I post the dam work and return to the installation of the gutter. The lower end of the gutter must be secured somehow. It would be desirable to be able to adjust the water flow's angle of inclination. The inclination of water flow determines the speed of rotation of the wheel. I already have a cross member connecting the two log supports that can be used for the task, so I can drill a blind hole in it to accept the support without weakening the structure much. I made 3 pieces of different length that will make it possible to adjust the wheel's rotation.
So what he's talking about there is the angle of approach for the water. So he's talking about how that dowel you see on there, that's interchangeable. So he can pull that out if he wants less water to flow. Generally, they use a flow gate for that. They don't change the angle of approach, but
without changing the water flow's intensity. The structure is sturdier than it seems. It has stood in the open air for 3 winters and shows no signs of decreasing strength. As you might remember, I prepared these 2 quality blocks of wood in advance. They will act as the bearing housings, so I will call them such. They have to be fixed on the log supports. To do that, I made 2 large niches with vertical and horizontal surfaces to securely install the bearing housings in there. Once they were milled and planed, I installed the wooden housings inside the niches using
so he's building pillow blocks, just for you guys who don't know.
In order not to get hurt in the bush, I planed the outer surface of the supports with a scrap plane. Now I can drill a hole for the pivot pins. Before the first assembly of the entire mechanism, I lubricated the holes with chainsaw bar oil. After the preliminary shaft installation, I will add PTFE plates acting as slide bearings to minimize friction and improve the reliability. The assembled structure has the perfectly horizontal shaft, and the gutter water wheel gap is minimal. It took a dozen of preliminary fittings to get there though. It was not easy to install a massive shaft on both bearings. However, in a hurry I forgot about the pulley. I had to press it on the shaft and reassemble the entire structure. When all of the parts came together perfectly on the first try, I was pleasantly surprised. Before installing the sliding bearings, I hammered in oak inserts into the pivot holes to minimize the pin's side friction and to horizontally center the shaft between the bearings. However, the main friction reduction effect was achieved by installation of the PTFE slide bearings that I milled at my home shop in advance. The wheel is now spinning as if it was installed on 2 ball bearings.
I don't know about that, but
in addition, such PTFE bearings will not rust or get clogged. I made 3 sets of them out of fear that they would wear out. I noticed some wear only after 2 years of the water wheel's operation. So now
well, the wear
it
be
to make good use
how,
of the
how
water
much
wheel.
time, like how fast the wheel's turning and stuff. But if it's a fairly slow wheel,
it is necessary to install a small manual mill on a rigid platform and add 2 pulleys, one to the mill plus one to the octagonal shaft, and connect both pulleys with a belt. Friends, a small disclosure. In this video, I often use the same electric screwdriver. I'm not trying to recommend this screwdriver or the company, so do not ask me about the model. So I made a mill platform, attached it
She's
to a
checking
rock
the run out.
secured a cast iron mill on it, and only hesitated a little while positioning the pulleys. However, my trusty dial indicator helped me out. The problem was the V-belt that I had was defective and had a tendency to fall off. In any case, the water wheel is a machine, and precision never hurts in mechanical engineering. The defective V-belt caused me to waste time and over-tighten it to improve the reliability, which negatively affected the water wheel's efficiency. When I install a better
But
belt,
you can
my
put a
milling
lag
will-
wheel on that, like he's trying to make a gang shaft here is what he's trying to do, because he wants to run multiple pulleys off of the same line. Very common. He's saying, oh well, he's got a defective V-belt. What you can do is put on the low side, not the drive side, but the return side, you can put a lag wheel, and the lag wheel will allow you to take the tension up. So if it is a little sloppy, you just keep adjusting the lag wheel down, and that can be done with shims or springs. I think it's break time, and I'll be back. Just do me a favor, everybody who's watching this, even if you're watching the VOD or whatever it is, do me a favor. Get up, walk around a little bit, get yourself some water, okay? Yep, needs more power, not torque, correct. And the lag wheel won't affect any of that. The lag wheel will just make sure that the tension is kept, even if the V-belt's defective. Commonly, you do this with a chain drive, but V-belts are so much easier. We've talked about V-belts and rubber bands and stuff here on the channel before. Enjoy this break by Mr. 23, who's here in chat, if you guys want to check out his stuff. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome back to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. I just went and got myself some leftover sandwich here. Do me a favor and just hit that like button. And we're going to go back to watching what's going on here. We're almost done his stuff. He's got another 6 minutes, but knowing us, it'll take 20 minutes to get that done. But I'm going to have my sandwich as we enjoy the show, and I hope you guys don't mind. All right, so let's get back into it. And yeah.
Perform even better. While it rains and there is an abundance of water in the stream, I decided to test the dam, the aqueduct, and the emergency water discharge system. I plugged the hole in the dam's pipe, closed the gutter's gate, and began to monitor how the water level rises. While distracted by lunch, I overlooked the moment causing the dam to overflow. As a result, it was slightly damaged. However, I wasn't upset. It became clear that the dam needs to be built up and strengthened. As a bonus, the flood washed away the construction debris accumulated in the pond during the gutter construction. It will be more pleasant to swim in it now. The good weather has returned, so it is time to pick up a shovel and build up the dam to make it stronger. At the same time, this work will widen the granite embankment. As the dam gets higher, the water level will rise, resulting in increasing water flow, so the mill will grind flour faster. The water wheel project is a construction project, which means, like any construction project, it should be complemented with landscaping as well. You might remember there is a tree nursery near my cabin. As the tree saplings grow, I transplant them around my log cabin camp. Some trees do not grow fast and remain in the nursery for years, but for example the yellow birch is hardy in the winter, grows fairly fast, and likes swampy areas. Most importantly, the yellow birch is long-lived, typically 150 years, so I decided to plant 2 saplings near the water wheel, one on each bank. With the rich silt feeding, the sapling established well and grew quickly the following season. After the water wheel's assembly, I didn't trim its elements in any way. However, the gap between the wooden gutter and the wheel's blades is measured in millimeters for each blade, so there is almost no radial runout. After tightening the V-belt, it stopped falling off the pulleys and I was able to load the wheel with useful work.
One of the things you have to remember is that with embankments, if the embankment has nothing on it, it collapses into the river and makes the river wider. So that's part of the reason why he planted the trees, is it makes the bank stronger. Does that make any sense to you guys? One of the things they do in places they found years ago, they found out that bamboo, now this is in Russia I believe, but with bamboo, you can plant bamboo and it protects the embankment. So it's less likely to have landslides. I didn't know that. I thought that was really cool. And bamboo grows wild and fast. He was planting yellow birch, which is actually quite a fast-growing tree. It's like pine, right? It grows really quick. It's a softwood. Birch is a softwood. And you can use birch sap to make, I believe, is it birch? Is that the white tree? I'm pretty sure it's the white tree. You can use birch sap like you can use maple sap. So you can make food out of it. Not my bamboo, exactly, right?
It is pretty sad to live in the bush without bread for 20 days in a row, as it was gone during the first week of my stay.
20 days.
Which was
He built this in 20 days, 3 weeks, all by himself. That's incredible. Yeah, bamboo, depending on the type of bamboo, because not all bamboo, sometimes it just grows in clusters, depends on the bamboo. But yes, bamboo grows like crazy. So if you plant bamboo, just be careful, because it grows like crazy and it spreads like crazy. But yeah, there are grouping bamboos. You'd have to look into it. I don't know, but yeah, he's saying how it took him 20 days to build this, and on the 21st day he started milling flour so he could make bread and pie. So I thought that was pretty funny.
That I could work at the workshop near my log cabin while the mill grinds grain for fresh bread. Surely, many people will question the effectiveness of my water wheel design choice. For example, why didn't I place the wheel lower, turn it 180 degrees, and let the water stream into it from above, essentially making an overflow design? The fact is that overflow water wheels use only potential energy of water, When the wheel's rotation speed increases, its scoops below the axis of rotation do not perform useful work, as the water splashes out of them under the influence of centrifugal force. At the same time, reverse spinning water wheels are capable of using both potential and kinetic energy of the water flow, so this is why I chose the latter option. I will be grateful for any additional water wheel design ideas and considerations, as I might have.
It blows me away how high that is. Normally in the embankment, 3 or 4 feet above the highest level, but I guess he's just using it as overflow. But he's just saying like the style of water wheel and the reason why he used it. I think he did a good job. I do. And this is kinetic energy, so the faster that water runs, the faster that wheel is going to spin, plus it has the potential energy of the weight of the water to turn it. I think he did a really good job personally.
Have overlooked some. Looking at the static landscape with working water wheel gives me pleasure. It's quite possible it is a self-persuasion, but the bread baked in my earth oven using flour milled from grain grown, harvested, winnowed with my own hands is the most delicious bread that I have ever tasted. Yet the pleasure of the final result is still less significant in comparison to the pleasure of the process. I could say I envy myself. The water wheel.
There's no destination in life. There's none whatsoever. But what there is the travel or the adventure of the travel, and that's what he's talking about. He's very happy with the work he did, and I agree with him. He should be. When he looks at that, he says, wow, I built that, and it's nice, it's quiet, it works hard. You know, it gives some quality, right? Ma's neighbor didn't get along with my mom. Oof, rough. On the plus side, you can harvest bamboo pretty much every, and people do eat bamboo. I'm not saying it's a good thing, and bamboo's. I would not plant. Me personally, I would not plant bamboo unless I knew what I was doing with it, because depending on the bamboo, it'll run like crazy. It really does. Bamboo forests in Japan, that there's a reason why they like that, and there's a reason why they're the fastest to recover after fire. But yeah, I agree with him. It is. Sometimes life sucks, right? Like, let's be honest. There are times where you end up with this ridiculous struggle for no reason. It's really terrible. But then when you're through it, at least you can look back on it and say, I did that. And that's why I always tell you guys, you matter and you are loved. Because the adventure might be hard at times, but the thing that should carry you through is that you matter and that you're loved. Because after the hard parts comes the good parts. Can't rain every day, right?
Was my old dream, and this adventure will have many sequels. Here's a few words about my plans for the future. The water wheel has limitations. For example, changing the wheel's rotation speed and torque is possible only within relatively narrow ranges. However, having cut belts from a tire, I can either increase the shaft's speed of rotation or increase its torque with a cascade system of pulleys. And that means I have a lot of interesting opportunities. Can you guess what I'm driving at? At the end of this story, I want to remind you that I made this water wheel primarily for utilitarian purposes. I wanted to use the stream's energy for something useful. As you probably noticed, this was a very long experimental video, by far the longest on my channel. As for me, the video is overly detailed. I could show the wheel building process in about 15 minutes, and the editing would be a lot easier. However, many subscribers ask me for longer videos with more details. I will leave the judgment of this experiment up to you. I'm waiting for your feedback. Should this experiment continue? And if so, which of the projects briefly shown in the video should be edited first? Friends, I'm very pleased that you watched almost an hour-long video to the very end, which means you found it interesting, perhaps even helpful. And the many hours spent to film and edit it were not wasted.
No.
You may have noticed I do not publish my videos often, and even if you subscribe to the channel, you will most likely not receive a new video notification, but you can try to set up a bell for all notifications. They say it helps. Additional thank you for sharing my videos with your friends and writing comments. I read all of them. This was Max Igorov, St. Petersburg, Russia, and let good people watch good videos. P.S. Below I left a link to my DIY projects playlist, as well as playlists about my log cabin building, bushcraft projects, kayaks making, and outdoor cooking. I hope to see you back on Advoco Makes.
That that for me is one of the most enjoyable videos I've ever seen on YouTube. I've seen this video probably 4 or 5 times now. And I truly enjoy it. It's nice to see people build stuff. It's nice to see the planning. Like you said, he could do the whole video in about 15 minutes, but it was very soothing. It was very enjoyable to watch. What else he's got here? Some of his DIY stuff. He does not upload very much, and because of the situation in the world, you know, I don't expect him to upload very often. His last video was the beekeeping, which we watched, and that was 3 months ago. So, as you can tell, I'm particularly interested in his work, but he doesn't make a whole lot, which is sort of a shame. Yeah, if there's anything else, if I'm gonna go check Discord, see if there's anything on. Yeah, this is the sort of, I like homesteading, but not quite homesteading. It's hard to explain, but I do quite enjoy what they do. Oh, here's a nice joke for you guys.
There's an epidemic affecting thousands of young Canadians, a condition scientists are calling the munchies. I'm World Wrestling Federation superstar Chris Jericho, and I've joined forces with Taco Bell to fight this hunger. You can join our tag team. By making a donation of only $3.99, you'll receive 3 Taco Supremes.
That's $8 now.
And a drink. Act now, and together we can help young people like Todd pummel
Hey, I
the
know this one.
munchies.
Yep, exactly. You guys don't know I like wrestling
Why
stuff.
not buy this official WWF poster only at Taco Bell?
I like wrestling stuff. I like all that stuff. It's pretty fun. I know there's a lot going on in the world and whatever, but I just want to have a good time with you guys. So, Alex here, Alec here, he does really good work, but a lot of his stuff is not necessarily YouTube friendly. So we watched his rivet gun, which was pretty good, but it was so funny because he didn't even have the rivet gun assembled. So yeah, surface grinder. He bought a surface grinder for too much money. Then he fixed it all up and then realized that surface grinders really aren't a thing anymore. They're very technical. And then yeah, I know him from his work on his steam hammers. So that's pretty cool. Who else we got? Yeah, that was yeah. He made a bushcraft boat out of saran wrap, which is pretty funny. I don't. We could go see what Laura's. So we watched the DJ. We watched the Carry On, the MacGyvering. The pirate ship, scrap wood for a dining table, 1-day bath. Yeah, she hasn't done much in her German stuff lately. Really done a lot of that. A lot of her stuff is when she moved to the USA, it changed sort of what her content was, which I understand, because she's trying to get her studio up and running. Let's see. Galactic Armory. Oh, it looks like a costume build. We could look at that.
What is the biggest challenge you find with 3D printing?
Yes, your marketing campaign for the U1 is fantastic.
Attended the largest gathering of Helldivers with one mission, finding traitors of Super Earth. And while we were successful in dispatching unfitting divers, Super Earth deemed new divers necessary to join the cause. And that meant one thing, a promotion.
Yeah, Mom, I got the call from Super Earth. Grand Inspector promotion. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. 1 second. Yes, I'm applying it every day, like the instructions say.
I am so glad that they were able to turn around from their issues with GW and find something cool like this. It does. They've been making Helldiver gear for a while, and I'm glad this turned out well for them. I want Galactic Armory to succeed.
I know. Yes. Yes. Okay, Mom, I gotta go now. Duty calls. Yes. Yes, Mother. I will. I'll call him. No, I haven't talked to her in like months. Okay, Mom, I gotta go. All right, bye.
And with the promotion secured, I couldn't inspect others looking like some common diver. So a montage was due. My mission, root out the undemocratic traitors among the true Helldivers in the most debaucherous drunken event of the year.
Dragon Con?
Okay, we're here to do an inspection of these Helldiver armors. Let's see if there's any traitors out there. Got your senator here, sidearm. Very nice. One true flag. Looking a little bit wrinkly there, Trooper. Oh, looking very good, Trooper, already. That's a nice shiny belt buckle. What kind of helmet is this?
Hey, Groundbreaker, sir.
Very nice. Breaker, looking very clean.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Oh, I like this guy. Very nice cape.
Thank you, sir.
Well, you're not quite a Helldiver. What are you?
I'm a Steve Trooper.
Okay.
I'm here to report all Helldivers.
Very good. Let's have a look at that armor. Knees. These look to code. Steve, all 4 letters. Very good. All right, Trooper. You're due for an inspection. What kind of armor have we got here?
BO1 tactical armor.
There we go. With the what?
High visible paint job.
There we go. We got there. But I'm watching you. Okay.
Wait for roll call, sir.
I will hold it against you. Got a very nice senator, I see. Oh, jump pack. Very nice. And what have we got here? The eruptor. Very good, very good. Oh, stimming, I see. Well, Diver, your armor's looking very dirty. It seems like you just got off the planet, but we'll get you in a wash. We'll clean you up, okay? I see you're calling in a 500-kilogram bomb here.
Yes, I am.
Where are you gonna throw that?
Right here.
Very good. And while the Ministry of Truth considers friendly fire acceptable, being out of uniform is not. And with this new batch of Helldivers, their armor choices were different. Unique armor here. Tell me about these.
They're audio implants that allow me to hear the enemy better, sir.
Not regulation, but I think we'll let it go. What have you got on your back, sir?
Yeah, battle damage is always
Very
harder.
good. I love that weapon.
We need to do the auto
Is that your
cannon.
favorite stratagem?
Yes, sir.
What's your favorite barrage?
380.
And you've never thrown that in a group of your teammates, right?
Of course.
Very good. Bots, bugs, or squids?
Wherever the major order dedicates me.
Yeah. Love this guy. What's your favorite stratagem?
I like them all.
You said the mines?
The mine, sir.
The troopers yearn for the mines.
Incendiary
All right,
mines.
budgetary concerns means that we're going to have to inspect 2 divers at once. You there, sir. What kind of armor setup is this?
It's a Viper Commando.
Very good. What about you? What have you got here?
PH9 Viper Commando.
Oh, beautiful. Armor's looking... this. I don't know if this is a bug killer. How you like the taste of freedom? Not exactly regulation, but I like the spirit. Looking shiny there, Trooper. Let's have a look around. Is that a review bomb cape? The bars of liberty, they call it. Explosive hazard contained in munition. Do not ingest chemical reactants contained inside munitions. Very good. Munition warranty is void if propellant is used to start a campfire, of course. And while we had a large variety of different divers, there were just some that I didn't know where the they were from. All right, Trooper, I don't recognize your armor. What's your name?
My name is Steve. I'm SKS Props.
Let's have a look here. What
I love SKS Props. I've been following him for years. Foam armor. He specializes in foam armor. Very, very talented guy. You can, if you follow me on Twitter, you can see I retweet him almost every build he does. Incredible work.
What is this?
This is the Morita, sir.
Not familiar with it, but it looks like it's good at killing bugs?
Sir, it is very good at killing bugs. Sir.
Very good. What's your favorite stratagem?
Orbital napalm.
Oh, okay. Very fitting with the theme.
Orbital laser.
We love our orbitals here. Do you
Yeah,
love
we do.
democracy?
Love democracy.
Would you give your life for Super Earth?
I would give my life for Super Earth and any helldiver.
What's your favorite?
I would give your
automaton
life for
slur?
Super Earth.
Yeah. What's your favorite stratagem?
The 500-kilogram bomb.
Yes, very good.
380,
Although we had
baby.
more than unsatisfactory results last year, I had high hopes for these divers.
Trader, get him.
But have they truly learned?
Bots, bugs, or squids?
Wherever Super Earth needs me.
Very good.
Major order, sir.
Very good. We've got a lot of good troopers out here today. I just got one last question for you.
Yes, sir.
Trader, say what? Yes. What's your favorite thing to drink?
My favorite thing to drink? Bug guts?
The answer? Give me a koozie. Where's my koozies? I'll give you one pass, but the answer is Liberty.
Liberty.
I think I'm gonna have to teach you a lot of things here.
Huh. But we all kill bugs, sir, right?
Fucking love killing bugs.
All right, all I know is that you drop a nuke down a bug hole, you got a lot of dead bugs.
How do we feel about bots?
Well, we don't run into a lot of bots, but I wouldn't want to.
Squids?
Not a lot of squids. We run into something called arachnids, sir.
Where are you from?
I'm from Buenos Aires, and I say kill them all.
Hey, I'm from Gun, and I also say kill them all. Okay, Trooper, what's your favorite Shoot that guy. What is your favorite thing to drink?
Liberty.
Very good answer, sir. And for you, a Liberty koozie. Not a traitor. Are you a traitor, son? Any private traitorous thoughts? What's your favorite thing to drink?
Liberty.
What's your favorite thing to spread?
Democracy.
It's like a beautiful poem. It's like poetry, it rhymes. What's your favorite stratagem?
Stalwart, sir.
Stalwart, okay. What's your favorite orbital?
Napalm barrage.
Fair to say what?
What?
Shoot that guy. Backpack not regulated for Seaf Trooper use. Somebody shoot this guy. Let that be a lesson to you. Traitors, we're coming for you.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's your favorite kind of bug?
I wonder how much a
dead
set
bug,
of
sir.
armor.
Hell yeah. Very good, very
What
good.
these guys
Well,
is.
Trooper, I don't really know where the hell you're from, but any trooper that loves killing bugs gets a pass in my book.
Nope.
Get back out there. All right, troopers, I think you got a passing grade here. Very nice. Get back out there. Get back to whatever the major order is. But I'll be watching you. We started off a little rough, but I think you're okay, trooper. Get out there.
Yeah,
Go
where's this?
fight. Go spread some democracy. Got a very naughty trooper here. Don't ever forget your helmet again. Degenerates. Degenerates.
And while the mission was completed at DragonCon, the mission was also uncompleted. Perhaps more conventions need the Ministry of Truth. Perhaps undemocratic thoughts have to be purged from conventions across Super Earth. If you have a convention you feel needs the Ministry of Truth, comment below. And remember to go grab our new Liberty koozies on galacticarmory.net. We'll see you next time. Or else.
Degenerates. Got a very naughty trooper here. Degenerates.
So yeah, let's. What do they got? I do follow them. I'm pretty sure I follow them. Yeah. Elections. I love their Trench Crusade. I love Trench Crusade. They got the helmets were going pretty popular. Got the new helmets. Cool. I saw that they were doing. Glitchy McGlitcherson. Patreon down today? Yeah, they have the witch helmet. Yeah, copper coins are sweet. All right, boys. Oh, what do we got here? So there's no rating here on YouTube for some reason. I don't know why. But thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. It was a joy to hang out with you, spend some time on our Wednesday stream here. Those of you watching the YouTube video, thank you for being here. Thank you for enjoying everything. Remember, like, comment, and share. I don't know. None of that matters. Just do what you got to do. Remember, take care of yourselves. And remember, I have 3 things to ask of you before I go. Let me get you back onto my main screen because my light, it's being weird today. The light's weird today. 1, keep your chin up. You can't see the world. Stare at your feet. 2, protect your neck. I don't want you to lose your head. And 3, remember, just build, build, build. You are loved and you matter. Please take care of yourselves. Enjoy this outro by Solar3DP. And I will see you guys all on Twitch on Saturday at noon Pacific Standard Time.
Yeah, that's it.